Hello everyone, welcome to the FM Playoffs, Path to the Playoffs, Part 2. We had Part 1 last week, hope you enjoyed it, hope you're looking forward to some fantastic action. We did the draft on Monday, and of course tonight is the action. It's not just me, of course, I'm the host, Tony Jameson. Joining me, however, is a wonderful panel who are going to analyse and offer insight and entertainment into tonight's performance. We'll say hello, everyone, shall we? So first of all, to my left, I had to double check as to what side that was. First of all, to my left, hello, Stacey Summers. How are you? Welcome in. Are you good?
I'm really good. I'm really excited. I've been looking forward to this since Monday, dying to get going. So let's do it.
Fantastic. Pleasure to have you in. And below Stacey is FM Llama. Pleasure to have you back, sir. Hope you're well.
Absolutely rampant with enthusiasm for this evening. Hope you are too.
Rampant we're going for. Oh, fantastic. You can tell it's Thursday night, can't you? Right, okay, so next to Mr. Llama, the rampant man himself. Kev, the United City FM, can you do better than rampant?
I'm not sure I really can, actually. I will leave the rampantness to Llama and just say I'm really happy to be here and really excited about what we could see this evening in FM.
Absolutely. So we've gone from rampant to just happy. That's where we are. We've already managed to downscale our excitement, but that's fine. That's completely fine. This, of course, is, as I say, the panel that we will be talking throughout the games. This, however, is what we'll be doing tonight. So, as I say, this is part 2. Okay, last week we did part 1, the playoffs, and of course, as you know, Wasted Possession have merged together to create the path to the playoffs, which is now 2-8 team leagues. So the first week we had some leagues. Last week we'll recap who's qualified. The top 4 go through. So tonight, of course, we'll have 4 competitors going through to the finals, which is the playoffs themselves. And of course, there'll be a grand final and a winner. Some of you are already looking there at the maths score, and that's, 2 sets of 4, and there's loads of other people in the finals. We've got some extra guests as well. We might unveil some later on. We will see. You might want to know the stipulations and the rules. This is what our competitors have been playing with. On Monday, they drafted using a £300 million budget to create a squad of 20 players. It is a league format. It's not knockouts, it's a league. So there will be moments where injury suspensions are going to come into play. We're going to talk about that a little bit further on, and potentially even the dreaded, did you draft a second goalkeeper, could be a thing. There were no limits on the picks per league. Of course, previously we have done drafts where we've had maybe 5 from one country. This was completely, you could pick as many players as you wanted. We play each other once, and it should also be worth pointing out that head-to-heads matter. This is not goal difference. It's head-to-heads will decide who goes through. The leagues we were drafting from were the Premier League, Ligue 1, La Liga, the Championship, Serie A, the Bundesliga, the Primera Liga, and the Eredivisie. Quite a lot to pick from, I reckon. That's not a bad little pool to look at. We'll have a look and see who qualified from last week. These are the 4 competitors who are waiting for our competitors for this evening. Tim Lewis, FM, qualified, as did Duke. What a story it was seeing him qualify on the last day of the competition. Murph FM was fantastic, and M Breezy was your winner last week, and he looked superb, to be honest. I presume we probably want to know who's going to be competing this week. So without further ado, let's get our little graphic on and we'll do some introductions to our contestants, shall we? So here we have it. This is what we've got. We have got Hud Gaming, Limo, the 2-time champ, Sai Maggio, the king of the FM rankings, Cozza Bob, shirt wearer extraordinaire, FM girl Alice, Shaughnessy, JDFM with extra arms by the looks of it, and a debutante tonight, Salty B FM. So that is our contestants. That is how the pool looks. We might as well start talking about those competitors, shall we? So first up, we have Hood Gaming, Steve Hood. We're going to have a little bit of a chat about his chances, what we know about him, and what we think is going to happen going forward. Llama, can you tell me a little bit more about Steve Hood? Obviously, we've got some stats up there, which you might want to have a little bit of a chat about for everyone.
Yeah, tough night for Steve, isn't it? Because it feels a little as though everybody has already awarded him first place this evening. And if he comes second, it's like it's been a bad night for the guy. I mean, I think we were all pretty much in agreement that he drafted well. He went into it with a strategy of, rather than going for a couple of big names, the 60, 70 million pound players, he wanted to get a squad of 20 to 30 million pound players, or as close to as he could. And he drafted phenomenally. If we get to game week 5, game week 6, and there's injuries and suspensions, he looks like he could put out 5 or 6 substitutes as strong as his starting 11 might be in game week 1. So it's all about whether he can deliver on the promise that we all think he has.
Yeah, it's a fair point, to be honest. In the simulations, he won 3, he qualified 4 times, and he only finished bottom once. He has, of course, won the playoffs previously. Yeah, he is a man who we are expecting
He is a man.
being there.
I mean, nothing gets past you, does it, Tony?
Hey, you know what? I have scouted this pool religiously, and I know what I'm looking at right now.
you.
Okay. So, speaking of people who know what they're looking at, Kev, talk to me about Limo. He's up next. Again, a man with a draft pedigree. He's been there before. He's won the playoffs twice. In the 10 simulations, he qualified 3 times, bottom twice, surprisingly. He tends to know his way around a draft. Yeah, talk to me about Limo. What are we thinking?
There's quite a lot you can say about Limo. He is a very experienced drafter. He does run his own draft competition most weeks, so he's very comfortable in this kind of environment. What I would say this time around is a slightly different squad maybe for Limo. There's a couple of gaps there. The likes of Vardy is usually in and around his squad, maybe Moise Keane, etc. So there's 1 or 2 of his usual favourite players that maybe not be there this time around. There's 1 or 2 reasons why I personally, apologies, Limo, think he might struggle a little bit this evening, but we will have to wait and see. I'm sure he will make me pay for that one. And watch out for his 4-4-2 formation, because we know that's how he plays, and it's usually very hard to beat.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's knowing what's coming, but knowing how to play against it is always an absolutely different thing entirely. Next up, we've got the man behind the FM rankings. It's Sai Maggio. Stacey, it's your turn to dissect Sai's team.
Sai's
How are
in
you
it to
feeling
win
about
it.
his chances?
He's in it to win it. He's in it to win it, Tony. He drafted well, I think. And when you look at his squad, just at a glance, you recognize a lot of names. I think he's covered himself pretty well as well. I had a bit of a chat with Sai yesterday. He's determined to do well, and he has a tactic made. It's effective. It beat me a couple of times, but it's very, very different. So I'm not sure what we're going to get. I think we could get a lot of goals from Sai, or we mightn't get any goals from Sai.
Well, that's interesting you mention that, because in the simulations, one season, he did actually end up with 2 goals. So a lot of goals might not be what we're after here.
Yeah, it's an
in the 10
interesting
simulations,
system.
he qualified 4 times and he finished bottom twice as well. So he has been a semi-finalist previously as well. So it will be interesting to see how he gets on. Next up is another competitor with a bit of a draft pedigree, runs his own draft also. It is Cozza Bob. Now, Llama, we're looking here at Cozza Bob. 10 simulations, 2 wins, qualifies 4 times, finished bottom twice. He has been in the group stages previously, but is it time for Cozza Bob to step up?
I think he's got a good chance. And I'll tell you something else. He's confident himself. I was chatting with him this afternoon. He's very happy with how his draft went. He said that apart from Jadon Sancho, who I think JDFM snagged, he got his first choice 11. So he's happy with his starting lineup. He's very, very fixed on what he's going to do tactically, and he's not going to deviate from that. And he's really hopeful that he doesn't pick up injuries and suspensions, because he drafted hard for his first 11. He skimped and saved a little bit on the backups. So he's hoping that his first 11 can stay fit and get the job done for him.
Sometimes what it's all about, isn't it? It's more about consistency rather than anything else, especially in this league format, as you say. Next up, however, we're going to talk about Alice, FM Girl. There's someone who, again, knows her way around a draft. Sometimes we say we don't know what to expect from her, but Kev, I think this was maybe a bit more of a reserved FM Girl draft, I think, from previous times. Am I right?
Well, we'll have to wait and see a little bit. I mean, you could potentially say that. I mean, but here's the thing, right? On that squad list here, you get the difference immediately when you see Ribery next to Lukaku. I mean, how do you make anything of that, really? Lukaku is a goal-scoring machine most of the time. Sometimes is a little bit hit and miss. But at the other end of the pitch, he's also got Van Dijk. You're not going to go too wrong with those two pillars at either end of the pitch. But maybe there's some bits and pieces in between those that maybe will give her a few sleepless moments, who knows, or scary moments, should I say. In terms of what I want to say about Alice, though, there's one stat that I think is really important. When you look at her stat pack, you look at her last 5 games, win, loss, win, draw. There's not too many that are better than that at the moment for their last 5 fixtures. She's in form. She did well last time out in the playoffs. And I know she really, really wants to go and win this overall. So expect to see Alice through this evening.
Absolutely, yeah, going out in the semi-finals on penalties, nonetheless, in the last playoffs. So yeah, and then also in the simulations, qualified 6 times. So again, you know, this could be Alice's time. It could well be Alice's time. Shaughnessy is our next pickup. Someone who's come in. It's his first appearance in the playoffs. He picked Ciro Immobile as his first pick. He drafted at number 3 in the simulations. He qualified 6 times. Stacey,
that's
talk
good.
to us about Shaughnessy. What do we know?
He's quietly confident, and again, he's someone coming in with a bit of form, I would say. I think he was beaten in the final of the Summer Cup by Tim Lewis, so he'd done really well. And I know he's based this draft on that draft. We thought he said he had no shortlist. I quizzed him on it. He didn't. He was adding as he goes, in fairness. What he basically done is tried to draft the same team. So he's confident in Immobile. Immobile's his man. Once he got him, he felt he could build around him, and he has him. So it's up to you now.
Yeah, and to be fair, the way we were looking at the draft, there's some interesting players on there, some really, really good
Definitely.
picks. So it will be interesting to see how Shaughnessy gets on to me. I was very, very excited to see that. JDFM is a bit of comes with a bit of a drafting pedigree. He feels like he's been around for ages. Like, again, he's always there or thereabouts, but then he's recently just fallen off a cliff a little bit, I think, Lama. Would you say, is JD, is this... I'm always saying that, like, I don't want to say, is it make or break for JD? Really?
Absolutely not. Class is permanent, Tony. You know that. Form is temporary. Johnny has class in spades. He's drafted strongly. I saw he put out a tweet earlier in the week to say, who's got a better strike force than his? He's got Vlahovic up there, which is going to be absolutely superb. He's got Goretzka in midfield. He's really confident in Basuma. The only concern I would have with a little bit of inside knowledge is that he did mention to me earlier what a busy time he's had over this week. And at about 3:00 this afternoon, he said, I've got to go and design a tactic for the playoffs tonight. So the ink is still drying on this tactic. But I think some of the best draft tactics are designed at 1 minute to midnight. If what he's come up with suits the players that he's got, I think he's drafted well enough to squeak into the top 4.
Yeah, it's a fair comment, to be honest. And then, he does have a good squad. I mean, that form, though, that 1 win in the last 5, he does win the playoffs 3 times in the simulation. He qualifies twice, but sometimes it's if we think about an F1 analogy, the car might be good. Is the driver up to it? That's potentially what we'll be looking at. But the final person we're going to talk about is someone who comes in with, I don't know, like he's making his playoffs debut. First competitive draft, Sol DB we didn't really know what to think of him when we were watching, but his draft was looking pretty solid. First pick, he went straight out for Haaland. In the 10 simulations, he's won one, he's qualified twice, he's finished bottom twice. Kev, talk to me about Salty B.
So here's the thing, isn't it? We actually don't know much about how he's going to play in these competitions necessarily. He hasn't been in them. Absolutely, that's true. But he did draft well. And I have to back this squad because he picked my 3 essential picks and my bargain pick as well. He's my boy this evening. Salty B for the win, I reckon. But it will come down to how's he going to play them? How's he going to set up? And how will he be able to cope with maybe changing things up a little bit depending on what he's facing. But he's an unknown. Anything can happen. Yeah. We've seen it with H2 last week that you can cause problems in this kind of group, even if you're unknown in this context. Let's see if he can do it this evening.
And we're all interested to see how that goalie gets on, aren't we?
Well, this is it. That's a really important thing. Sorry, Tony, but that's really important. I had a look at him. I didn't know him previous to the draft. I must confess to that. But I had a look at him. And when you take away the likes of Edison, Allison, etc., from these draft pools, and they have not been bought into these squads, this guy actually matches up reasonably well with everybody. He's not quite the weak link that maybe I got lulled into thinking he was on Monday evening.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, it should well be said as well that we were paying a £300 million budget as well. So potentially sometimes you will slightly go a little bit more sort of like reserved in various areas. Obviously, he said that he went with Haaland first for 70 million. So we had a £230 million budget essentially, and of course in true Kev fashion, sitting massively on the fence. So that's
it's comfy. What can I say?
Parody. I don't know. The interesting thing as well is that I noticed on Twitter this week was Jed Steer was tweeting out that he had his best week of his life, and presumably because he's the only time he's ever been drafted before. So that was a nice thing to see. So we're going to go on to some predictions, I think, shall we? See how we get on with this. These are the ones to watch, picked by our wonderful panel. Of course, we have Emre Can, picked by Lama, Tammy Abraham by Stacey, and Trent Alexander-Arnold by Kev. Lama. Emre Can, 14.25 million.
He is.
Tell me more.
About 14.25 million.
What makes him your bargain, your essential pick?
Once again, Tony, I feel like maybe I didn't quite understand the stipulations of what I was voting for here, because I thought we were looking for a player who could be absolutely key to the person that's drafted them. And I thought it was a little bit obvious to say something like Haaland might score a goal or two tonight. So I went with Can because at that price point, I think he's a thoroughly impressive player. But I also think he offers wonderful versatility. He can play central midfield. I reckon he could play a ball-winning midfielder, a box-to-box midfielder. I think at a push he could be an advanced playmaker or a central midfielder on attack. He can do most of the roles if you move him into the DM slot. And if you're up against it, particularly if you're playing 3 at the back, I think he can slot into central defence or even move over as right wing back and do a job for you. Some of his stats are pretty impressive, but 14 million squidlets, I don't think there's many better a buy.
I've got to say, I completely agree. I'm an Emre Can fan. I think in this draft pool, he is a must-have. As you say, versatility. When you're talking about league format, get Emre Can in. Stacey, you're looking again at a striker that I love, and I think he's playing really, really well in this game, in this match engine at the minute. Tammy Abraham, what makes him your must-have pick?
I've had Tammy a couple of times, and it's the versatility. Like, you can play him in kind of any role up front, obviously, and he will do a job. He'll score goals. Tammy's one of these people that if you get him in the right position, in the right team, he could well end up top scorer. He's only 40 million. He's half of your Haaland. He's just great value and has the potential to be top scorer in the tournament. So I think he's just brilliant value.
Yeah, I must admit, and I like the fact he can lead the line. I like the fact he can play well in a 2 and a 3. He's very, very versatile. We must say, Lama, you are being pulled up in the chat, by the way, for calling them stats, as we all know it is attributes, because it's not called stat masking. So just thought we'd just put that out there. And apologies. Well, I must say, because I thought Kev was sat on the fence, because normally he is, but according to the chat, Kev was off the fence. So that's what's flummoxed me. I'm completely confused. I went straight with Kev's on the fence because that's what I presume. And going, no, he's not. He's off the fence. I'm like, where's he gone?
Go Salty B.
Salty B. Well, I'll tell you what, you've got a chance, right? Because you're off the fence. Talk to me about Trent Alexander-Arnold. 25.5 million. He's your must-have.
Is there really anybody here and in the chat that doesn't know why? I mean, he's 25 million. Yes, it's a 300 million pound budget. There's plenty of room to move in that. But what you get is an all-round, really, really brilliant player. Down the right-hand side, can play in a fullback or wing-back role. He can cover in central midfield as well. And if you look at all of his attributes, it's just so well-rounded. There's so much that he can do. And he could probably play a couple of positions that, in theory, is not natural to play in as well. So for that kind of price, my picks this evening in terms of my players to look out for are all down in the wing back, full back kind of positions. He's cream of the crop.
Yeah,
it's hard to disagree, to be honest, isn't it? So they're the good ones. I suppose we should probably look at who are the duffers. Who do we think? We looked at the picks and went, why have you drafted this person? So the question marks we've got on these players: Alex Iwobi, Nicholas Pepe, and Tagliafico. I'm going to come to you first, Lama. Iwobi. He's only £1 million.
All right, so I understand. You can buy Iwobi for a pack of Rolos and 2 toffee crisps. I get it. But even at that price, does he offer anything to any team on any level at all, on any occasion, ever? I don't know. I checked him out, and he's like a mid-ranking championship player. He's kind of got attributes, if you will, of 12s, 13s all over the shop. But really, is he going to make it onto the pitch? I'd have had the toffee crisps, personally.
I suppose it does say a lot for Everton's transfer policy as well, when they've paid £24 million for him, and Football Manager says he's worth £1 million. Stick him in there and value him at that. So I suppose that's reasonable then. Okay, fair enough. Speaking of someone who's £24 million, Stacey, Nicholas Pepe from Arsenal.
My God, that was a shock. I don't think I've ever seen anyone draft Nicholas Pepe before, and there's good reason for that. Have you checked out his mentals? At 24 million in a 300 million draft on Nicholas Pepe, I think is insane. I like around that 20, 25 million. You think of the wide players that there is in this pool. I don't think you could force anyone else to pick Nicholas Pepe. So that was a shocker. That was a real shocker. And he might surprise me. He has a bit of pace about him. He has some good things about him. He might do well, but there's so many better picks at that price. It's a big chunk of money in a 300 million draft for somebody that I think everybody again would probably agree is he's very hit and miss. You don't know what you're getting with Nicholas Pepe.
Yeah, it was a pick out of left field. I think we do sort of seem to expect the same sort of picks when we see the budgets coming up, and Pepe did very much come out of left field. A man who we do see drafted a lot, though, Tagliafico, we know, we like. However, in the simulations, he did average 3.2 yellow cards a season. Kev, is that why he's on your bad list?
So, Rich Owens is in the chat. I got Tony Jameson on the panel. Can we do a bit of Football Manager therapy, guys?
Absolutely.
I've got a confession to make. I purchased Tagliafico on a draft, and it was a blooming nightmare. He got sent off. He got yellow card after yellow card. He left me hanging in key games. Why would you pick this guy? He's got like 12 decisions, 12 composure, and 19 aggression. He's a Looney Tune. Don't go near him. It's an absolute mad decision. He'll get at least one ban this evening of some sort through yellow cards, or whether it's actually just a red card straight. You mark my words, he's a Looney Tune.
There you go. Get that on the t-shirt, folks. He's a Looney Tune.
Sorry, Tony. Were you saying Kev's on the fence tonight?
He's on the fence. He's knocked the fence down, hasn't he?
He's just stamped on it.
Plowed right over it.
We should say as well that Gowder in the chat has put that Tagliafico was a 15 out of 20 on the Vinnie Jones scale. So that's the level that we're talking at. Right, very, very quickly. We're into our bargain picks now. 5-word answers, please, for these absolute barrel of legends. I love these picks, by the way. Morten Torsby for FM Llama, Anthony for Stacey Summers, and Biragi for Kev. Llama, I'm coming to you. 5 words as to why Morten Torsby is a sneaky pick.
Influential at the price he cost.
There you go. That's what you want. Stacey, Anthony, £15 million. 5 words, please.
Bargain all across the top.
Lovely. Kev, bring it home. Biragi, £15 million.
Decent price. Attacking prowess. Yes.
Absolutely beautiful. I love these. Right. Okay. So we're now going to go into the predictions. This is what happens. So this is our stats man, Andrew, has ran statistical simulations, and this is what he thinks will come out the way that it's going to be. So he's predicting Sai Maggio to finish top, Limo, then Hood Gaming, and FM Girl also qualifying, just missing out. Shaughnessy, Cozza Bob, JDFM, and Salty B. So that is based predominantly on their statistical data that is available to us. Stacey, you predicted the following 4 to progress: Hood Gaming, Limo, Sai Maggio, and Salty B.
So hard to pick, guys. It was really like I chopped and changed this 100 times. I had Alice in, I had Shaughnessy in, I'd Limo out, I'd Sai Mad. I think the only one I was just 2, and one of them is a surprise. I was convinced Hood will qualify. And then when I started looking, it was after the draft, I looked at Salty's team. And I was like, he's got a lot in that to not get at least 4th, especially with Haaland. I just think there's too much in his team. He drafted like a pro, if you ask me. Some of his picks are obscure, knowledgeable, really knowledgeable picks. And his whole team is actually quite good. And like Kev, I went and had a look at the goalkeeper, and I might have been a bit jumpy. His goalkeeper's not that bad. So I actually think that guy's going to qualify. I think he's going to surprise a few.
I think it'd be great to see, to be honest. He was drafting very, very assured and very calm, wasn't he? So it'd be interesting to see what transpires. Kev also went with Salty B, predominantly because he's got Team Kev as all of his picks. So he's got Salty B, Sai Maggio, Hood Gaming, and FM Girl. I'm noticing a little bit of a theme here, Kev.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, the likes of Steve Hood and Sai Maggio, they're getting very, very favourable reviews. And there's a reason for that. They're experienced in these kind of things. They've drafted really well. They're going to be very hard to beat, and they're tactically astute. For me, the 4th person that the preview sent through was Limo over Salty B compared to what I've put through. The reason that Limo doesn't for me is that there's a couple of gaps in what he usually drafts, as I say, and Tagliafico, and you put Salty B in because how can anybody know whether this guy's going to be in the top 4 or not? Because nobody's seen him play in draft competitions. And with the squad he's got, I'm backing him.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point. There is also a poll in the chat currently. Is United City right? Is Tagliafico a bin man? And it is currently 100%. Llama, here's your predictions. Hood Gaming, Sai Maggio, JDFM, and FM Girl.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm with Stacey. It's difficult to put a cigarette paper between some of these squads. So many of them are really strong. I personally, if I was to pick a squad that was outstanding compared to the others, it would be Steve's. I think that was the strongest. And then below that, it's really going to come down to tactics and game management, I think. And I think Alice and I think Sai Maggio, pretty experienced drafters. I trust them in the latter games to be able to make good calls. And JDFM, everybody loves FA Cup 3rd round underdog. We love an upset. We love a romantic story. Let's get JDFM into the next round. He's been on a barren run in drafts. I think tonight's his night.
Okay, lovely. I like it. I like it. I'm also sitting looking in the chat and just seeing how people are suggesting this as well. So it's very, very nice. We'll have a quick look at the simulation results though to see if what our experts have predicted is very similar to what the game's predicting.
No.
Again, Steve Hood Gaming predicted to win. Shaughnessy's up there. He was, I think, second favourite. Or sorry, no, he was quite an outsider actually. He was like 600 to 1, I think he was on the on the game stats. So Hood Gaming to win. Shaughnessy second, JDFM third, FM Girl Alice fourth, and the bottom four: Cozza Bob, Simaggio, Salty B, and Limo.
It's upside
At the
down.
foot of the table. It is a bit. But I think, to be fair, I think you're all making really good points. I think there is literally a cigarette paper between a lot of these teams because the squads have drafted really well, and we see every single tournament the managers are getting better and better and better, and it is going to be these fine margins. But let's have another look at some of the more stats we've got. So let's have a look at goal scorers, because this is obviously what's going to define what happens. In week one, all the top goal scorers were strikers, and in our simulations, Romelu Lukaku was the top scorer over 10 seasons, amassing 38 goals in 10 seasons. Haaland was second with 36, and Ciro Immobile was with 30, much to the annoyance of how we roll Owen, to see 30 goals scored. So, yeah, last time out, we did see all strikers, no defenders, no midfielders, which is a bit of a surprise, right?
Definitely.
Stacey, you thinking this is going to be a striker-heavy pool?
Yeah, I do actually. Like Immobile is someone that Shaughnessy swears by, so he had no doubt about him. Even if he had a choice of getting Haaland or Lukaku, he would have picked Immobile. So he's quite happy. And I think when you look at over the amount of simulations, he's only 6 goals behind Haaland. I think that justifies his value massively. So I think Shaughnessy, I think it's a good strategy. Spread it around a bit more. But again, Lukaku outscoring Haaland, it's starting to look like Haaland is not maybe the value.
Oh, there's a bold. Get that one put down
That
there.
would probably
Haaland's a
smack
fraud,
me in the
says Stacey
face.
Summers. Okay, right. Let's have a look at some of the stats then. Well, before we go wild off into the deep end at this point. Most clean sheets, Kepa with 4. It's quite good. And again, he's a bargain. He's only about just shy of £4 million. Van Dijk was the highest, with the MVP. He was the highest average rating over each 2 of the seasons that we did. And of course, as we know, the walking argument, Tagliafico averaged 3.2 yellow cards per season out of the 7 games he played. He's going to be suspended, Kev, right?
He so is. It might even be game 2. Who knows?
He's very much approaching. He's getting the yellow card in the tunnel as they're coming out, like shaking hands in the at the sort of the pre-match thing, and then just punches someone. But yeah, it might happen. I'd say what? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at some fixtures, shall we? Let's see how we're going to get on tonight, because it feels like we are getting close to it all kicking off. We've got fixtures week 1. FM Girl versus Shaughnessy, Hood Gaming versus Cozza Bob, Limo versus Salty B, Simaggio versus JDFM. Now, Kev, you're going to be looking at FM Girl versus Shaughnessy.
Yep.
What's your initial thoughts on this one?
I'm going to give the advantage to FM Girl. As we said, recent form is in her favour just about, although Shaughnessy has been one of the better ranked players recently in terms of his recent form too. But I'm going to give it to FM Girl. I think they've played once before and FM Girl won. And so that also goes in her favour. Maybe there's a tactical thing that she does that Shaughnessy hasn't figured out yet. So FM Girl for me, but we'll see.
Yeah, it was down the local in February. FM Girl actually won that match 3-1. So, could be some for Shaughnessy to look out for. Summer, Steve Hood versus Cozza Bob. The first time these two have ever played each other.
Well, it's all on Steve, isn't it? Like we said, Cozza Bob can go into this. I know he's going to be under pressure. He wants to win, but the pressure is really all on Steve. If Cozza can get off to a good start, if he gets a win against Steve, sky's the limit. He would fancy himself to go on and get through. So I think it's a great starting fixture for him. Steve has to perform. It's like I said, it's all eyes on Steve. But like, Koza has a few things in his team. He has Ward Prowse. He's got a very tall kind of forward line as well. So if he can make the most of his set pieces and make the most of what he has there, he's got like Ian Achu, he's got Jimenez and Osimhen. They're all 6 foot plus. There's ways.
He's also got Dan Burn in defence as well.
And Dan
So
Burn.
the old James Ward-Prowse to Dan Burn. That's
He's got
we're going to see a lot, I'm imagining. Lama, you're going to be covering Saimaj versus JD. Currently, JD is leading that series. In the Super League in November, JD beat Saimaj 5-2. You're backing your boy JD, surely, right?
I tell you what, I think this is going to be a tough game. I think these are two pretty even squads. I think both of them are going to fancy their chances. I would not be surprised if this is a high-scoring draw to kick off.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty exciting first match there. And in fact, we're talking about exciting first matches. This is the most experienced match we could possibly come up with, okay? This is Limo's 145th ranked match versus Salty B's first ranked match. Like in the UFC when they go with a professional record of 145 matches versus Salty B with a professional record of none yet. So, I mean, we're talking here about David versus Goliath, but we like the look of Salty B. We say we know what Limo's going to do. We know he's got this 4-4-2. We know he's going to get a red card at some point for Tagliafico. If I spin very quickly around, let's do a quick prediction of what we think is going to be the score for this match, which is going to be our featured game. Lama, do you want to kick us off very quickly? What do you think could be the score in this match?
2-0 Salty.
2-0 Salty. Kev?
3-2 Salty.
3-2 Salty. And Stacey?
I'm going to give it to Salty as well. I'll go 3-1.
Ooh,
as much as I wanted to give it to Limo, but I like the look of Salty's team.
Hey, I tell you what, that's a clean sweep for Salty. I appreciate the hydrates, by the way, in the chat from Mozza. Do make sure we all get some water because it is still quite warm. It's not as warm as it was last week, of course. And also, we've got a huge raid here as well from Zim Sula. Welcome in, everybody. You've joined just in time for the first match of the Path to the Playoffs Part 2. And to be fair, I think we've got a cracking tournament ahead of us tonight. Genuinely got a cracking tournament ahead of us tonight.
Very much agreed. Absolutely. There's loads and loads of stories. Give me one moment, Tony, to sit on the fence. Anything can happen. It's going to be fantastic to watch. This is draft mode. I'll get back off it again now. Let's go.
I love the fact you got yourself nice and comfortable.
But in fairness to Kev, he completely ripped the fence down because he had Limo is finishing last and Salty is finishing top. So that tells you what Kev thinks of this game. This is a hammering for Limo.
Well, I think the fact that Salty's got, as I say, most of Kev's picks, I think this is an inside job. Do you reckon, Lama?
These people are all in the coos. The only neutral here is me because I have only ever entered one draft tournament. I went out in the first round.
Nobody will go into a Kahoot with me, so I'm on my own too.
Hey, we'll make that happen. Right, we are about to get going. So everyone's been given their games. We're going to have, as I say, the main focus is going to be on Salty B versus Limo as we start. We can see here Salty B with an almost asymmetric formation. He's got that ball-winning midfielder, the central midfielder on attack, and then what looks like an attacking midfielder there as well with a winger out wide. Haaland up front on his own. I think it's a formation that works well. I think in PvP, it's a formation quite similar to what I've used, to be honest. So I'm expecting some good things. There's usually runners everywhere around. Stacey, any squad news from your game before we get kicked off?
I'm looking at Kozabob. He's still setting up. No, I haven't seen any formations yet, so I can't really tell you anything. He's doing his set pieces, lads. He's doing his corners.
Excellent. Get those corners. Of course, he's got James Ward-Prowse. He needs those corners done quickly.
And he's literally on everything. He's taking the throw-ins.
He's got to be. He's taking the kickoffs. He's getting the tees. He's doing the whole thing. Mozza's put a prediction in here. Limo will qualify despite everybody doubting him. So there we go. We're already
I picked him to go through.
in there. against all odds. We've also got a poll in the chat as well for who will win the featured game, Salty or Limo. While that's happening, Kev, any news from your game before we get started?
I've seen both formations. Shaughnessy goes in with a 4-1-3-2, excuse me, and Alice in her 3-4-3 usual kind of formation with the wing backs. And remember, Biragi was my sneaky pick. Look for him on the left wing, see whether he can create for Alice.
Excellent stuff. And Lama, anything from your game before we get going?
Yeah, in typical fashion, as any great manager does, Johnny's just spending those last few minutes before kickoff just trying to fix his microphone.
Nice.
To be fair, he's usually trying to fix his fourth can of beer, so the microphone's the.
Honestly, the match is the last thing on his mind at the moment, whereas Sai has got the game face on.
I like that. I like that. I think we're just waiting for Limo. In this match, I think Salty's obviously there's a little bit of mind games happening at this point. Again, Limo would like to tend to put every single opposition instruction known to humankind on these players. So let's have a quick look. There he is. He looks confident. He's got his chewing gum in. He's very happy, isn't he? It's his classic Limo stance.
If he gets
Can't
wind
wait.
that we've all gone against him, he's going to be so up for proving us wrong.
I
no,
have Limo going through.
I only remember one person going against him.
Exactly.
In this
Not everyone.
game, in this game, we all backed Salty, if you remember.
No, I think he'll still come good. The fence is up for grabs now, Kev.
Still
I
trying
took
to see.
I took the Kev role. I sat on the fence. I'm the host. I'm not getting involved in predictions.
It's very crowded up there at times.
Isn't it just? The view's lovely from the moral high ground, though, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's as far as the eye can see.
I'll knock you off
so
it
yeah.
before the evening's over, I'm sure.
So, of course, remember, if there is a goal in your game, just shout out goal, shout which team it is, and we will come straight to you. Don't start talking over each other. Let's get into it. Salty B looks excited. Path to the playoffs, part 2 is about to begin. Oh, I can feel palpable tension at this point.
Yeah.
We'll see how we get on.
Your dinner too close to going live, Tony. That
I think it is a little bit. I'm sat a bit funny as well. It's not really helped.
it's an age thing. I thought I was really excited for a moment. I think it was just gas.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's an interesting
Nice.
moment happened already in the main game. 3 seconds in, and we have paused. So,
Nice.
Got to get those
It
settings
looks-
right on game week 1, haven't you?
yeah, exactly. I think it is that. So some people obviously will still be trying to work this out in terms of getting their settings. Dave Ken, who's just asked in the chat, what's the format for this? So it's a league format tonight. We have 8 teams that will play each other once, and in the event of a tie, head-to-heads will be used rather than goal difference. So we've got a free kick, coming in. Tagliafico to Neves, and we've got a goal already. Ruben Neves has opened the score in the first pick for Limo as well. We said it was a bit of a strange one, to be honest, to see him get drafted first. But Salty B is already a goal down 3 minutes in, and it's a nice little bit of movement. Tagliafico inside to Neves, and Neves just pings it, and unfortunately, the goalkeeper who we didn't know about
We've got an
previously
early
has...
goal, Tony, in our game as well. Goal to Johnny
Goal.
JDFM.
Goal Johnny JDFM will go there first, then we'll come to you second, Stacey, if that's all right. So Lama, talk us through it.
We've had Vlahovic hit the post from 3 yards out. It's rolled across the goal. Probably the only way Jadon Sancho could score tonight, and he's tapped it home.
Oh, FM
Fantastic.
girl.
1-0. Stacey, let's come to you first. Then we've got a goal for FM Girl.
It's 2.5 minutes in, and it's been all Steve. Reece James whipped it in, back post. There's big Maxi Gomez. Who needs Haaland? 1-0, Steve.
Fantastic. Lovely. Kev, talk us through FM Girls.
Good work down the right-hand side. Eventually, the ball gets played down the right-hand side of the penalty box, put across, and it's Castrovilli that gets on the end of it in the middle of the penalty box, strikes at the ball very well. 1-0 up for FM Girl over Shaughnessy.
Goal.
Lovely. Goal again. Excellent. Stacey, who have we got?
30 minutes in, it's 2-0, straight from a corner from Steve. 2 headers, 2-0.
Oh, he's dancing away already. He's loving it. He's showing what the red brand's all about, isn't he?
Yeah.
Superb. And we're back onto the main feed right now. And it seems as though It looked a little bit like Salty
FM
just slept.
Girl.
Goal FM Girl. Let's have a little look and see what's going on now.
It's another
2-0.
Castrovilli goal. It's a really brilliant move. Again, down the right-hand side. St. Just puts it over the top, and Castrovilli runs onto the ball ahead of the defenders, dinks it over the keeper, into the back of the net. 2-0 up for FM Girl after 23 minutes.
That's a lovely finish as well, isn't it? And we've got a goal in the main game as well. It's 2-0 to Limo now.
Woo!
Jude Bellingham. Jude Bellingham makes it 2-0.
Goal
Salty
here as
B.
well, Tony. 1-1. Sai Maggio scored.
1-1 Sam Adjo. We'll come to you just in a second while we go through the replay. Oh, we'll come to you now, actually, to be honest. Great ball in. Lovely finish.
Yeah, so they've played a very convoluted 1-2 and Guardiola slotted it home.
Excellent. Also, Sai Maggio has the biggest goal alert in the world as well. So that's fantastic. Stacey, you're getting very excited. Have you got a goal for us?
It's 2-1. Bob's got one back. It came from a long throw-in. Luca Dini. I think Steve has Gavin Bazzouni in goal, and he tried to catch it and completely missed it. And Dan Burn just slotted it home. Open goal, 2-1.
Wow, 2-1. Okay, excellent. Excellent stuff. Kev, a bit quiet in your game at this point?
Yeah,
Ruben Neves goes close.
We've just been doing some tactical stuff a little bit behind the scenes, changing one or two things up from Shaughnessy, nothing much more than that. And they get a header at goal immediately when the game restarts, but it goes over the top of the bar. Still 2-0 to FM Girl.
Fantastic. Excellent. We're approaching half-time in the main game here, and Salty B's just gone close with a header at the near post. It's fairly even, to be honest. 9 shots for Limo, 5 for Salty, I think. So cross comes in and it's headed and it's scrambled away. I think we're going to get half-time in this game.
Half-time.
Lama, anything happening in your match?
Yeah, we're at half-time. We're 1-1, Sai Maggio, JDFM. Just one thing to note, Sai Maggio's formation is interesting. 4 at the back, a deep-lying midfielder, a central midfielder, and then an asymmetric 4 across the AM slots with no striker.
Yeah.
He's going dirty strikerless. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
He's embracing it tonight, Tony.
Yeah, well, Salty B is just making some tactical changes now. He's gone from the asymmetric. He's going to a 4-3-3 with a DM. Unfortunately, what he's done, he's also managed to anger most of his team with his team talk. So that's going to be an interesting way to work out how that second half plays out. Kev, anything from your game? Are we on halftime at your?
We've just come back in from halftime. So the last few minutes have been tactical changes again from Shaughnessy. More player roles and other bits and pieces he's changed, not formation just yet. We're back in, still 2-0 to FM Girl.
Excellent, lovely. And Stacey, anything from yourself?
We're just literally kicking off the second half. Cozza Bob tweaked a few things. Steve doesn't have to do anything. It was total dominance. Cozza got a lucky goal really right before half time to keep him in the game. So he needs to make the most of that now. He's been given a second chance, if you ask me.
Ooh. And it's our man Tagliafico, 3-0 for Limo. He smashed it in from 20 yards. Limo's clearly heard you. This is a great strike. We'll do this and then we'll come to you in a second, Lama. Look at this. This is further out than 20 yards. This is 25 yards out. Top corner. Wonderful scenes. 3-0. Sorry, very quickly back to JD there for yourself, Lama.
Yeah, it's been disallowed. So Aretha Balaga has had a shot from Sancho that he's cleared. It's hit Guardiola, but it's been ruled out for offside.
Wow. Okay, excellent. Very, very interesting as well. Yeah, if we can just hold off to see if VAR does get involved on goals. That one, however, did work quite nicely, Lama. We'll let you off a little bit. What about that? Emil Forsberg has scored an absolute wonder goal there. 4-0. Limo is very close to taking his shirt off and wheeling around his head at this point, I think. This is a great goal.
Lads, there was a goal in between all of that for Cozza Bob. He's got it back to 2-2. But literally as we're speaking, Steve Hood has just made it 3-2.
Oh, 3-2 in the Hood versus Cozza Bob game. I mean, that is just rewatching that. That's defender goes in for it, just gets it over the line. It is very harsh, isn't it? But that Limo goal, I must admit, if anyone's out there clipping in streams, that already at this point is the goal of the tournament. That's a lovely finish from Forsberg.
Don't panic.
Kev, you're very quiet at this point. Has it all gone a bit? bit quiet in your game?
A little bit. There hasn't been too much goal mouth-action in this second half, to be honest. But Shaughnessy at the moment is doing some more tactical tweaks, and he has changed it up a little bit. He's gone from the 4-1-3-2 into the 4-3-1-2, made one of his more attacking midfielders in there. He's been unhappy with his central midfield three for quite a lot of the game, I think, in terms of how they're doing. He's certainly second best in most of the statistics of the game as well. Still 2-0 to FM goal.
Wow.
Okay, interesting. Stacey, anything happening there?
I think
reacting a bit?
Cos is panicking, I think. He's just gone into his tactics. He's playing a low front line. So he's got a lower line of engagement and a kind of standard enough defensive line. So he needs a goal, but he's not pushing up. Now, I'm sure he's doing it for a reason, but he's thrown on all the substitutes the last 20 minutes. He's trying anything to get the equaliser. I think he's just thrown everything at it. Still 3-2 Hood.
Yeah. Still 3-2 Hood. Llama, anything happening in your game?
Well, both teams have gone close through corners. Sai sticking with his formation. JD is changing his every 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, he's in that sort of that tinkering mode, isn't it, when you start to worry and panic. I mean, in complete contrast, Limo is just dancing away. He's having a great time. 4-0 up. He's got his hands up out the way. He knows what he's doing. It's just waiting for those 3 points now, to be honest. As Anthony rolls the ball back to Neves. I thought he was going to have a goal from distance there, to be honest. Intercepted, though, and cleared away from Chiesa. Vlahovic picks the ball up, but Limo's just got bodies everywhere. I'm sorry, Stacey, did you have a goal, by the way?
I did.
Oh, you did? Oh, sorry.
It's 3-3. Cos of Bob. He's pulled it back. And again, I don't know what he's doing with his throw-ins, but it's from a long throw. Soufal into the box, picked it up, and it's actually the 40-year-old Joaquin. He just brought him on. 3-3.
We've got a penalty in our game, Tony, to Sai Maggio. We've got a sending off as well to Morton Torsby. Not sure who would tip him to be a potential dark horse for the tournament. He's sent off game one and given away a penalty. JD's having to make some more tactical alterations.
I mean, he is only 8.5 million, though, so it's not the worst decision in the world, really, is it, Llama, for whoever would pick that right now?
No, but the challenge for the penalty was the worst decision.
Oh, okay. Well, Sai Maggio is busy praying to the heavens at this point to see what happens, isn't he? So
JD's got Meslier in goal, so he's going to be relying on his keeper now.
Okay. Excellent.
Goal, Shaughnessy.
Shaughnessy with a goal. We'll wait and see what happens with this penalty. Then we'll go to Shaughnessy as Soucek steps up, smashes it in. Great.
Don't come to me. It was disallowed.
Disallowed. Kev. I'm going to get that marker pen out, right? I'm going to start marking these down.
The VAR reviews are very slow to come in tonight, I must say.
In all that, we've missed a 5th goal for Limo.
Oh, 5-0 Limo. My game is full time.
Full time? What was the final score there these days?
Bob's done well because he was backed against the wall. It was all Steve Hood, but he's got a 3-3 draw with his long throw-ins.
Amazing. That's what you want to do. Get your early points, isn't it? Get a point on the board.
Over.
Respect the point. Game over with Kev. What's our final score there, Kev? 2-1?
FM Girl won 2-0. Pretty comfortable, most of it.
Well done.
Lovely stuff. Excellent. It was Dominic Calvert-Lewin, by the way. I'm getting in my ear for Limo for goal number 5 as Limo comes charging forward again. Hits the post. I mean, this is just, this is the meme of stop. He's already dead, isn't it? Like, I feel
we've got a goal for JDFM, Tony.
JDFM scored. Excellent. Let's have a quick look and see what goes on.
Should win this game. In the 88th minute, Beto goes through one-on-one, dinks it over the keeper, and it just goes past the post. We've got an identical chance in injury time. Goretzka scores.
2-2 it finishes. Excellent stuff. We've got a couple of minutes left in the main game. Any games still ongoing?
No, so we just reached full time, so Sai is going to be desperately disappointed with that.
Yeah, so you need to make that one-man advantage count, don't you, in these matches, to be honest. But great for JD, though, to rescue a point right at the death. Limo has absolutely hammered Salt. I mean, to be fair, Salt's had 13 shots, so it's not like it's completely one-way traffic.
Wow.
But it is a baptism of fire early doors for Salty B, and Limo showing what expertise and experience gives you in this tournament. So we will quickly have a look at the results and confirm match day 1, shall we?
Yeah.
Here we are. FM Girl 2, Shaughnessy 0. 2 goals from Castrovilli. Who had him on his on your goal scoring coupon? Steve Hood and Kosobob played out a wonderful 3-3
Okay.
draw. Gomez, Zagadou, and a Jimenez own goal. Dan Byrne, Osserman, and 40-year-old Joaquin turning back the clock for Kosobob. Limo 5, Salty B 0. Almost got the brackets where you have to write the name, the number as well. Very, very close there. Neves, Bellingham, Tagliafico, Forsberg, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin. And then Simaggio, JDFM played out a 2-2 draw. Guardiola and Souček, the scorers for JD. Sancho and Goretzka for JD. Sorry, Guardiola and Souček for Simaj, and JD scorers Sancho and Goretzka. So I suppose we have a little debrief on the games, really. Stacey, how was your first match? You seem very excited. You've had a good one there, 3-3
It was a
to
good
watch.
game. Yeah, it was an exciting game because I'd say Steve is disappointed. He dominated the game. And Kosobob, throw-ins are the new corners, guys. He got 2 goals from Luca Dini, a long throw, and an absolute calamity in defence. And then the opposite side, I think it was Soufal, same thing, long throw into the box, and he got 2 goals that way. Then throws on, like we said, the evergreen Joaquin, and he scores the equaliser. Great point for Kosobob because he shouldn't have got it.
But sometimes that's what it's about, isn't it? It's about grinding those results out, and when Steve needs to be making sure he wins these matches as well. And Bob's obviously got himself a point, and in a league format, it's all about not losing. Unfortunately, the predictions that went out in the chat, who was going to win the first match, Salty B and Limo. Everyone who bet on Salty B, which was pretty much most of the chat, to be honest, maybe feeling a little unfortunate at this point. But Kev, we'll come to you. Do some recaps on your games. Do you want to talk us through FM Girl and Shaughnessy?
Yeah, so very early in the first half, there was a shot each that hit the woodwork from both teams, and it was quite close. But then it became the Castrovilli show for the next sort of 20 minutes or so in that first half. And he was brilliant, ran through, got a couple of great goals. And from that point on, it never really looked like FM Girl was going to lose. Shaughnessy tried in the second half, changed it up a bit, went slightly more attacking, got a couple of chances before Lukaku then hooked one wide for FM Girl. And that was all you wrote. And FM Girl came out with a relatively simple 2-0 win.
Lovely stuff. Someone's asking for the Discord in the chat there, so if one of the admin can post up the Discord, that'll be very, very helpful. Lama, you had a cracking match to watch there. 2-2, Simaj and JDFM.
You'd think that was a cracking match, to be honest, until it went 2-1 side. There weren't a lot of chances, aside from some set pieces for both teams. JDFM made some good changes. I said he was umming and ahhing about what tactic to go with. He changed it about 4 times and it worked for him. He went down to 10 men. He gave away the penalty, but he had 2 great chances. He should have equalised before he did, as late as injury time.
But as you say, it's all about getting that result, isn't it? If you've got that goal in the 95th minute, those players not giving up, and Goretzka bursting into the box and tucking away, that's what you need. That's what gets you tournaments. Limo's in the chat, of course, cheering for Tagliafico. You're right, Limo. Like that is to be fair, you've made an absolute marker in the sand from the start there. 5-0, wonderful performance. Neves, again, we questioned, was he the first round pick for you? He's clearly done the business after 4 minutes with a great goal. Bellingham with a wonderful strike. Tagliafico with a goal. In fact, to be fair, they were all collector's items. It's goal of the month time just at Limo's house right now. Woo! So, Limo land is bouncing as we go into week 2, and we're very, very excited. This is
we're all
what
hoping Tagliafico gave it the Ketspire celebration, aren't we?
Yeah, it's in the chat as well that he's got books for taking his shirt off for celebrating. So he clearly has. This is how the league table looks after one game. Limo is top with 3 points, with 5 goals in his goal difference. FM Girl has 2 goals, goal difference, and 3 points. Steve Hood, Simaggio, and Kosobob, and JDFM all on a point each. Shaughnessy and Salty B are propping up the table. But that's only after one match. Everything can, of course, change. And I suppose match day 2 is where It's going to get exciting, okay? So we have the following fixtures. We have Steve Hood versus Sai Maggio, which is being dubbed as the right back derby. We're going to watch that as our main game on the channel, so we'll talk about that one last. Stacey, you're going to take Cozza Bob versus FM Girl.
Brilliant.
What do you know so far about that? Do you know anything about the history of this?
I haven't seen Alice yet, but Cozza, like he grew into the game as it went on, so he could do it getting a win now. Obviously, he's got off to a draw start, so he could do it to win. Whereas if Alice gets the win here, she's well on her way. So should be good.
Absolutely. It's probably worth noting that in previous matchup, Bob won 2-0, so he's got that to look forward to. Llama, you've got Salty B and JDFM, of course, the first ever matchup of these two. Huge moment for Salty right now, yeah?
Yeah, you don't want to lose your second game running, do you, coming into this tournament? Would we say, is this unfair to Johnny that maybe you're glad you're not playing a Steve Hood or an Alice in your next game? So maybe if Salty could try and get a point against Johnny, just ease his way back into the tournament.
It is absolutely worth thinking about that. But bear in mind that JD, of course, has a suspension to Morton Tollesby as well, so he's going to have to make at least one change going into that match. And Shaughnessy, again, another man who's going to want to win. He's not going to want to come up against Limo, though, is he, to be honest? Although, having said that, they have drawn 0-0 in the last time they played each other. So there is something to go for, Kev, right? It's not all doom and gloom.
Oh, there is definitely. I mean, they did have a 0-0 draw last time out, but Shaughnessy has also got one win over Limo in the other game that they've played against each other. So that is something. But in this competition, as we look at it, I get the pleasure of seeing whether Shaughnessy can turn around the momentum, whether Limo can keep it, and whether Tagliafico can keep his mind in the next game. I still think he won't. I think he'll go loony at some point. Is it going to be this time?
It could well be this one. As we said, the main match will be Hood Gaming versus Sai Maggio. Of course, Steve Hood representing YouTube. Of course, we do welcome streamers from all backgrounds here, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. This, to be fair, this is a heavyweight contest right now. Like, we need to build this one up. As you say, we're building it as the right back derby. It's Hood is rocking Reece James, a man I love to draft. Now, I'm a big fan of a right back, so I'm straight in for there. When I get that one sorted. And then Sai Maggio, of course, has Trent Alexander-Arnold. We've switched featured match, though, to FM Girl versus Shaughnessy, which on the screen is a error. So probably we're back for there. So there you go. So, Steve Hood versus Sai Maggio. Sai Maggio very much saying this is the right match. This is what we're going to go for. Huge game. And I think... Stacey, give me a prediction on where you think this one might go before we get into it.
This is going to be tough, isn't it? It's like Steve Hood is the tactician, and you've all just seen Sai Maggio's tactic. So it's the tactician versus I don't know what Sai's tactic is. I think I'm going to go with Steve. I think Steve will take it, but it's going to be close. Like, Sai's tactic is something that it can cause problems to anyone. It just, there's runners coming. It's dangerous. There is goals in it. So it just can cause problems. But I'm going to go Steve.
Excellent. Kev, quick response from yourself here as we're getting set up. It looks like Steve's going with a 3 at the back, 4 across the midfield and 3 up top.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a fun game. I think you're going to have to back Steve, aren't you? Is that the game that you were talking about, Steve Hood?
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, Steve versus.
Can I just tell you about some injuries that we've got? We've got a few injuries. Yeah. Zagadou is out for the next 9 days to 4 weeks. Sebastian Haller is out for the next couple of weeks. We've got Pulisic out for the next 10 days, and then minor injuries to Iheanacho and Camavinga, and a couple of weeks for Fabinho as well, potentially for Salty B. Those are the injuries that we've got currently for this game week.
That's quite a lot in week one, and some players there that are really, really important. Fabinho, for example, really, really important. So that could be a big one. Of course, as I say, we don't mention the American player. He's very much the Macbeth of the FM world, so we can't mention him. Otherwise, the trolls come out. Llama, just before we get into this, one final thought on the Hood versus Sai Maggio.
Yeah, so Sai was dominating for a long time in his last game against JDFM until Johnny switched to 3 up front And of course, Hood's going to be starting with 3 up front. So I do worry Si's back 4 could get overrun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got Hood's tactic up on the screen now in his squad. It is a front 3 of Isaac, Giroud, and Gomez.
Nothing
like
to worry
that.
about then.
I like that a lot. That's all kinds of great, isn't it? Really, and I think Steve has every reason to be quite happy.
They're both going to be a little bit annoyed only to get a point from that first game, aren't they, Si and Steve? So they'll both want to win.
Yeah, Steve was very unlucky. He should have won.
Should be worth noting as well as our first glimpse of it says here custom GYR tactics. So we do know that the former heavyweight tag team champions do work together. So it'll be interesting to see what starts and what finishes, and see where we go. We are just waiting for this match to get started. Any team news from you, Stacey, before we get started on your...
Alice is offline at the minute. I don't know if she's having problems with her stream. So I can't actually see Alice. Bob's pretty much going in the same as he did the last time. He's gone the same lineup, so he's obviously happy with how he got back into the game and got the draw, so doesn't see no changes. Joaquin back on the bench, super sub,
absolutely. He's got 4-year-old legs. He can't run for 90 minutes. Kev, any changes? Apparently Alice is back on, by the way, so we've just had a word in our head there. Kev, any news from your match? Any changes to note?
They basically seem to be going in with the same tactical setups. The interesting thing for me will still be on this one is, can Shaughnessy get that midfield free working? Because he definitely was unhappy with it the last time out. We'll see what happens this time out.
Lovely. And Lama, any news from your camp?
Well, they're just getting ready for kickoff now, and Salty B looks like he's still going with the same formation from the last game.
Yeah, and you know what? I think there's a lot to be said for that, isn't it? Like, you want to, you've only got a few games really, so you need to. I think he was saying in his interview on Monday that he's got 2 tactics, and you need to be confident, I suppose. There's that Saimajo tactic there, that, as you say, that strikerless with the asymmetric mixed in. You haven't got time to chop and change multiple tactics, and you need to trust what you've got. So I think if Salty's going with that, first of all, then fair play to him. Go out and try what you know. So we're about to get started here. We've already got a goal for Kev and Limo. Okay, let's have a quick look.
Nice work down the left-hand side, including some lovely work by Tagliafico, it must be said. But eventually the cross goes across the 6-yard box, and it's a fairly simple tap-in for Dominic Calvert-Lewin as he runs off the defender at the top of the 6-yard box. Hooked it in, 1-0 to Limo very early on. 11
goal
minutes in.
JDFM as well.
Old JDFM, let's have a quick look over there.
I criticise Sancho, but he has done some superb wing play. He's put it on a plate for Basuma, 2 yards out, he's tapped it home.
Yeah, you don't miss those, do you? Stacey, anything from your game there?
No, it's still 0-0. Alice has gone in with our usual kind of
goal.
Oh, sorry.
We've got a goal with Hood Gaming. Sorry, I'll come back to you in 2 seconds. So it's a ball down the line. Maxi Gomez goes in. There's a tackle that goes flying in, but it's that man Giroud. It's the beautiful Olivier Giroud who gets up and he just good looks it in, doesn't he? Really, to be honest. Sorry, Stacey, you were saying.
I was going to say Alice has gone with our usual setup with the 3 centre halves and the inverted wing backs. But you can already see Bob has had a couple of set pieces, and James Ward-Prowse has whipped it into the box. But Virgil van Dijk has won everything, so he's doing his job. He's doing what he's there for.
Aerial battles and what you need to win in this game, isn't it? To be honest, and if you've got someone like James Ward-Prowse putting the ball in, then
Sula, so that's solid in the air.
Absolutely. Okay.
And just as we're stay here because Alice has just broke away and Romelu Lukaku has made it 1-0. 1-0 Alice.
Excellent. Lovely stuff. A goal from Romelu Lukaku, believe it or not. There you go. We questioned whether it was a lot of money to spend. He can be hit and miss, but she seems very, very happy about it, doesn't she?
What? It's Castrovilli running through the centre. What a pick he seems to be. He's set the goal up. He's played the true ball. So Castrovilli's on fire. Lukaku's off the mark.
It's a great dink over the top as well, isn't it? It's a goal in the main game as well. Saimaj has pulled one back. It looks like Soucek, I think, who's struck that in. So we're 1-1 Hood Gaming and Saimaggio. Lama, anything happening in your game at this point?
Salty B's just come within a whisker of equalising. We had the goal line technology out. It clearly wasn't over the line. Still 1-0 JDFM.
Still 1-0 JDFM. Summer, we're clapping.
No, I was just clapping. It's Alice's defence. It's solid. I'm clapping Alice's defence because the balls are being whipped into the box, but she's winning everything. Goalkeeper and defence is just solid.
Lovely stuff. And it's a goal on the main screen. And it's a wonderful header, but it's actually going to get pulled back. It looks like it's going to be disallowed, I think. Just waiting to see what the assistant in the stand says. As we all sit. Oh, it looks like it counts. 2-1. 2-1 to Hood Gaming. Great delivery. Wonderful header. And, it's narrow. It's so tight as well. It's so tight. But, yeah, great start there for Hood. 30 minutes played, 2-1. Simaj needs something now. Kev, anything?
What's he doing?
Really not a lot. We went through half time. It was very quiet for the second half of the first half. In this second half, we're at 65 minutes. There's barely been much happening at all. It's a fairly simple win so far for Limo, as I just see an Immobile effort go narrowly wide. But that's as close as we've come. It's been really quiet.
We've got an injury, a massive injury right now for Hood Gaming. Reece James is out. Red injured. Thankfully, though, he drafted Destin, which again is a good backup, very, very pacey wing back. So not necessarily a like for like, but like enough for like for Hood there. So hopefully Reece James isn't going to be out for too long, but he does seem as though he has somebody in reserve. So we'll see how that affects both this match and, of course, going forward. Lama, you're shaking your head a little bit as we may have a penalty actually in the main game. Let me come back to you in 2 seconds. Aubameyang's been just poleaxed, to be honest, and I think it might have even been Dest, but it's no penalty. It's been the referees waved it away, and Hood breathes a sigh of relief. Sorry, Lama, we were talking to you just before we may have had that penalty shout.
Yeah, Salty B's just paused to make some changes now, but he should be level. Haaland has gone through one-on-one. It's been deflected behind for a corner.
Okay, excellent. Stacey, any more news from your
We're sitting at half time. Cozza is doing a lot of changes again. He does this weird thing. He's messing with his front line again, his line of engagement. He done it in the last game. He went 1-0 down and he pulled his line of engagement back to a lower line of engagement, which is really strange. I've never seen it. So he basically has a very, very compact team, but they're not up to pitch and he needs a goal. So I'm not sure what the thinking is behind it, to be honest.
I suppose if you're playing for set plays, you don't want to be committing too many men forward, I'm guessing.
He's
really.
not winning that battle either. It's Shula and Van Dijk are cleaning that battle up.
Yeah, speaking of set plays, Simaj is in the set piece creator right now. He's trying to look for anything that's going to give him an advantage over Steve Hood. I think obviously the fact that Bremer scored a free kick for Hood has made side just think a little bit more about where he might get a goal from. Kev, you must be just about finished your match now. You're about 60 minutes the last time we spoke to you.
We're at 78. It's still been pretty quiet. I mean, Shaughnessy's had a couple of good chances. His striking options have not performed for him in this particular game. Having said that, Immobile's through again and the goalkeeper saves it, parries it out for a corner. It has still been a little bit of a disappointing game. It's 1-0 to Limo, not the goal fest from his last game. Shaughnessy, again, moving some of his player roles around in that central midfield free. Still not happy with it.
Okay, Lama, are we close to?
Yeah, we're on the 70-minute mark, Tony, and Salty B's had a man sent off.
We'll come to you in 2 seconds to find out about that red card. Sorry, Stacey, go ahead. A goal.
Free kick straight in the top corner. It's 2-0 Alice. I can't pronounce that guy's name. I know who he is, but I will absolutely murder it if I try. You love it.
It's sausages. Is that what it's like?
Yeah, it's him. Yeah, it's him. But 30 yards out, straight in the top corner, not stopping it. It's 2-0 Alice. Kozabov's in real trouble here.
Lovely stuff. And looking at those stats as well, Kozabov's only had
he's
2
in real
shots
trouble
as well. So
I don't get what his mindset is with. He goes a goal down and he pulls all his forwards away from the goal. It makes no sense. He's gone 2-0 down now, I think, because he's done that. He's inviting pressure on. It doesn't make sense. He needs to push up the pitch.
Interesting. Of course, do remember as well, if you do get a goal, please call out the team that scores as well.
JDFM, Tony.
Just like that. Lama, excellent.
I have never seen a streamer shake his head as much as Salty. He's had a man sent off. Johnny's gone straight up the other end, and it looks like Gavilan has just slotted one home.
Oh, 2-0 poor Salty. He's really, really being hit early doors, isn't he? Kev, what was your goal? Sorry there.
Bellingham over the top for Limo into Bodu, and he just powers it past the goalkeeper. 2-0 for Limo. I think this one's done. We've got about 8 minutes left, and Shaughnessy hasn't really challenged too much.
And Limo was, of course, dancing again still. Simaj into his tactical book of tricks.
There was another goal
for
Alice
goal
and
for
all
you
of
as
that.
well.
Yeah, in all
Excellent.
of that, Alice got a number 3. He's inviting pressure on Bob, and what happened is Lukaku just picked the ball up around the centre of the pitch and just ran at him, and he just ran right through and scored. Good goal. It's 3-0. He needs to push up the pitch a bit, I think.
3-0 to Alice, 2-0 to Limo. It's these two are making a big play for getting qualified very, very early on, aren't they? And obviously a couple of people are sort of finding their feet very early on, finding it the hard way, unfortunately, I think, at the minute. Great cross in and just headed over the top for Hood. Goal for Stacey. Who's scored, Stacey?
It's Osimhen for Bob. He's managed to get one back. I think it's his first shot on target in the game, to be honest. It's gone to VAR, so hopefully I haven't put my foot in it. Oh, it's
Looks
disallowed.
like it's been disallowed,
It's 3-0.
I'm afraid. Oh, black mark for Stacey as well. Right, okay.
Yeah, it's offside.
It's one each. Everybody now, you've all had one. I suppose even I haven't had one yet, have I?
I think you've had 2.
Actually, no, maybe I have. Maybe I just, I got the.
Yeah, you called it, Tony, but you were wrong.
Yeah, that's a good
You
point.
ruled
Actually,
one
yeah,
out
I
for
got the
VAR
free
yourself.
kick. Got the free kick wrong, didn't I? This is match day 2, and we've already managed to each get one.
Wow.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. It all balances out. As Simaj tries to get something, but he wins a corner. It's always going to get, unfortunately. It looks like we've got 7 minutes left in this game. I can't see where Simaj can get anything from it. Have we got any final scores in games, or are we still playing?
Still a half an hour to go here.
Half an hour to go. Well, we might come to your game next, actually,
Goal
Station. When this one finishes.
JDFM 3-0, Tony.
Goal JDFM 3-0, says Lama.
JDFM is scoring the same goal over and over again. His wide players, this time Matt Loughton, rolls it across the 6-yard box. Beto taps home 3-0.
Lovely. Just classic football, isn't it? That's what you want. 3-0. We said, some of us said on the draft show, Matt Loughton? Really?
I said
and it's a
on the
goal.
draft
It's
show.
a goal for Maggio. Aubameyang has levelled it up with less than 90 seconds to go. In fact, less than 30 seconds to go, I reckon, of normal time. And Simaj has gone into a sort of very trance-like, just bopping his head. He seems pretty happy that Alexander-Arnold gets in. Aubameyang, no one's marking him at the back post. A poor goal for Steve Hood to concede. But I think potentially a point's probably fair, although I think Hood's probably going to be disappointed he hasn't had the game killed off at this point, as we have the final whistle coming right now. So there you go, the main game has finished. 2-2 between Hood Gaming and Simaj. Stacey, did you say you had lots of time left in your game?
It's just gone full time. It's 3-0 Alice. So fairly dominant, to be fair.
3-0 to Alice. We'll cut to JD, who's just about finished. He's in fact doing his team talk now as well. He's got to be happy with that 3-0, surely, Lama, yeah?
Yeah, it was in the balance for a while as well. It was the sending off was key. Even at 3-0, Haaland ran through and had another one-on-one chance. I don't know what's going on with Haaland today. It must have been a one Weetabix breakfast. He sliced it wide.
We called it.
Well, Stacey did call it. Haaland is a fraud, she said. Kev, we watched Limo and Shaughnessy. Have you seen anything from Shaughnessy to suggest that he can get back into this?
It's a tricky one. He's really struggling to get that midfield to work still, that central midfield. He had a number of efforts, but not on target. There were very few on target for him. He was quite wasteful with a couple of late efforts that might have put him back in the game. Ultimately, again, it was a fairly simple win for Limo, even if he didn't quite get the goal tally that he did last time out.
Well done, Limo.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll do a quick classified check to just confirm the results for round 2. So Steve Hood 2, Maggio 2. Maggio nicking that draw in the 89th minute. A goal from Aubameyang after Steve had Giroud and Bremer score 2 goals. Souček, of course, for Simaj. Kosobob took a 3-0 defeat at the hands of FM Girl, 2 from Lukaku and 1 for Zabaloslai. Salty B unfortunately, another heavy defeat. 3-0 to JDFM. That's 8 goals conceded in 2 games for Salty. Not registered a goal yet, not registered a point. Next match is going to be key, unfortunately. JD goals from Basuma, Gallon, and Beto. Gallon, of course, your sneaky pick, Stacey. So nice to see him getting on the score sheet. And, of course, and poor Shaughnessy as well there. 2-0 defeat to Limo. Limo and FM Girl will confirm when we see the league tables have gone 2 for 2. And, unfortunately, Salty and Shaughnessy 0 for 2. That's the league table, as we can see there. 6 points for Limo and FM Girl. 7 goals, the goal difference for Limo. 5 for FM Girl. Neither of them have conceded yet. That's the interesting thing so far. So defensively, both looking good, and offensively looking very strong indeed. JDFM sat there 4 points in third, a win and a draw with a goal difference of 3. That result was huge for him there because he's overtaken Steve Hood and Sim Adjo, who are both on 2 points, both with 2 draws as well. They've not got a win yet. That's interesting, even in 2 matches, to see neither of those two with a win. Because Bob's got a draw and a defeat, he's now got a -3 goal difference. He's on 1 point, and it's gonna be tough for Shaughnessy and Salty. They need something, and they need it quick as we start to look at the match 3. Point. Dupe's in the chat there saying nothing wrong with being on 0 points. That's a very good point, actually. I should say Dupe did have the comeback story, to be honest, of playoffs 1. So maybe Shaughnessy and Salty are just lulling everyone in a false sense of security. Maybe it's that. We're going to have Dupe Mark 2. So this is what we've got for match day 3. Summer, you were going to be looking after FM Girl versus Steve Hood. The first time these two have ever locked horns. This could be a classic.
It's a heavyweight clash, this, isn't it? It's a streamer heavyweight clash. I think if before the tournament I would have said this is Steve's all the way, but after watching Alice in the last game, and she's won her first 2 games, her defence is so solid. She hasn't conceded a goal. I'm going to go with Alice to take this.
I think that's a good shout, to be honest, and it'll be very, very interesting to see how that one plays out. We're going to have JD and Shaughnessy on the main channel, so we'll come back to that in a little bit. But Kev, you're going to watch Limo and Cozza Bob for us. Obviously, Limo is running away with things. He previously has beaten Cozza Bob 5-0 in the last playoffs qualifiers back in June. Can you make a case for Bob?
Well, yes, of course you can. He's drafted a perfectly good squad that's got 1 or 2 people in there that you would always say have got a chance to make a difference in any given match. But now Limo has got momentum and drive. He's beaten Cozza Bob before 5-0. He's already had a 5-0 this evening, didn't he, against Salty B. So confidence has got to be really high with Limo and his group at the moment.
Does he consider resting Tagliafico, because he will be suspended for the last match?
I don't think he'll ever rest Tagliafico now that I've belittled him so much. He's going to play him in every game and probably up front for the last one just to make a point.
And Llama coming to you now. Simaj versus Salty B. Simaj's coming off the back of nicking that last-minute equaliser against Steve Hood. We say he does need a win. He's only got 2 draws so far, but Salty B needs something, and he needs it quick, doesn't he?
Yeah, so the goalkeeper we were all umming and ahhing about, Shvolov from Schalke, he's conceded 8 goals now in the first 2 games. But Salty B's chat are telling him not to panic, and I think that's right. Against Johnny in the last game, that red card aside, he was in that match, and if Haaland could finish better in this game, let's not rule him out. He needs a win, but let's not rule him out.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Simaj is tweaking occasionally as well, it could be interesting. The feature game, however, will be against another member of the competitors who, again, hasn't registered a point yet. Shaughnessy travels to JDFM. It's the battle of the strikers, we're dubbing this one. JDFM's strike force, Vlahovic and Martinez, I mean, that's 2 heavyweights right there, versus Shaughnessy's Tony and Immobile. We talk big man, little man. I'm a big fan of that. We saw Tony get drafted. I know how we roll. Owen is not a fan of Ciro Immobile. But I think this has got. The fact that JD won his last match, I think there's going to be confidence running through those massive arms of JD right now. I think he needs to just push on with this and just do what he does, and not, we've said that, not tinker. Stick with what you've got, stick with what you believe in. Now, this is the point though where Shaughnessy, again, like Salty B, he's got to decide, does he roll the dice? Does he stick with what he's got now? Or does he have a couple of new surprises up his sleeves? I mean, we're going to have it on the main channel, so hopefully, there'll be some people in the chat will make a prediction as to who they think is going to come out on top. But Stacey, if we come to you first, what would be your thoughts in this battle? Are you expecting JD to push on, or do you think Shaughnessy's got something about him?
I think so. Like, Shaughnessy definitely has a chance here. There is something about him. Like, he drafted pretty much the way he wanted. It's obviously just not gone his way so far, but there's plenty of time. I think that if I had to pick one, I'd go with JD in this. I think he's going to. I think he'll get the win here.
Excellent. So there's a shout already for JD. Kev, are you going to go 2 for JD, or do you think the Shaughnessy, because he has got a rounded squad, a really nicely rounded squad? Do you think that there's enough in that squad, and it's not just the squad, it's those little tactical tweaks? Do you think there's enough in there that can get him something out of this game?
Dupe has already made the point in the chat. It doesn't matter whether you're on 0 points at this point, you can still qualify. 4 out of 8 is not the hardest qualifying to do. So anything can still happen on these. I will potentially at this point back JDFM because of what I've seen from Shaughnessy, not really converting the chances that he's had. He's not putting them on target, let alone getting goals. So that's a worry for me. But FM, who knows? Do you want me to talk through injuries and suspensions at all?
If you could do, please, that would be great.
Yep. Okay. So we've got 4 suspensions, 2 of which are from Salty B. So he is going to have to change it, even though his chat are saying don't change much. He's got Cresswell missing, and of course he's got Danilo missing as well. Bremer out for Hood. JDFM misses Mings. And in terms of the injuries, we had a fair few from last time, but the big addition to that, of course, is Reece James out for 2 weeks. So going to miss the next couple of games. It looks like there's a couple of others in there, but slightly more minor injuries.
Yeah, Reece James is a huge loss there. 2 weeks is massive for Hood. Very quickly, Lana, to yourself. We've got Shaughnessy up on screen now. He looks pretty calm, to be honest, but is this a thing? I mean, we've got a little bit here of sort of, some of the little sneaky reds that come up at the end of the sort of the tactics screen, but can Shaughnessy do it now? Can he get something, or do you still think that JD is now going to turn that dial and just start really pushing on and giving the sort of the experience that he has?
Well, I've just watched both of Johnny's first 2 games. He could easily have lost the first one to Sai Maggio, and if he hadn't have benefited from a sending off against Salty, that could have wound up as a draw as well. So I would not say this one is a done deal. What I'm hoping, for Johnny's sake, is that he just sticks with a tactic now, because already in 2 games he's been rotating through different systems, and I think his one with 3 up front is the one that he should go with.
Interesting. Okay, so we're going to get ready for the match. Stacey, any team news from your match before we get going?
Looking at Alice, she's got a couple of people on yellow cards, but she's pretty much a clean slate, to be honest. Sula is wanted by another club, which is strange. I wonder, is it Salty looking to shore up his defence? I don't know what's going on there, but maybe she's going to sell Sula. I don't know. But I know Alice is going well. She's getting a bit of luck going her way. She's no injuries, no suspensions yet. So it's looking good, Alice.
Excellent. And we are underway on the main screen. Kev, any news from your game? Tactical changes or tweaks?
There's been a couple of changes in personnel terms for each, and Tagliafico is not playing. Brandon Williams is in instead. That will be an interesting one to see how he copes down that left-hand side instead. Other than that, yeah, there are a couple of personnel changes, but I think mostly they're going in with the setups that they've been playing so far.
Excellent. And Alama, anything from your game before we...
So Sai Maggio's continued with strikeless, and we've actually got an early goal. As long as it's not disallowed, we've got one live, and it will be Salty B that's taken the lead inside 4 minutes.
We're
just waiting to check it's not been disallowed.
Look at his reaction. That's what it is. Good ball
we have
in.
A sending off.
It's Haaland.
Brandon
He's
Williams.
got the sunglasses out. Brandon Williams, red card. Who's the red card
Brandon
for? Sorry.
Williams, red card
It is
for Limo. He's off. He put him in instead of Tagliafico, and he got sent off in 4 minutes.
Oh, how did he? Seriously.
I think there's clearly some sort of betting syndicate going on in the in Limo's camp there, isn't it? There's a free kick here. No, apparently it's not. Apparently they've played on. Nope, they are going back to have a look. I think it's a free kick. I don't think it's in the box. I think it's outside the box on the main screen. There can't be penalty review. That was miles outside. No penalty. No issues here.
Just to update you, Tony, it was Haaland that got the goal for Salty and Size making changes straight away.
Goal for Cozza Bob.
Goal Cozza Bob. Excellent. Let's have a look at this, shall we?
Long, sweeping free kick. It's been disallowed. I apologise profusely.
2 for Kev. Right.
It was on a free kick and it was narrowly offside for Havertz, unfortunately. A great ball in, hooked it goalwards, disallowed.
It is narrow. We'll give you that. But, ball's played in for Tony. It's a goal on the main screen as well. Ciro Immobile has scored for Shaughnessy. The ball's crossed in from Ivan Toney. You'd expect it the other way around, to be honest. It's a nice little ball down the wing. Ivan Toney takes it 1-2 with Lazzari. He's away and then puts it straight back across and finishes at the back post. So huge game, a huge goal in that match. Stacey, sorry, let's come to you there. A goal in your match.
Yeah, Hood has gone 1-0 up. We didn't see a replay. It looked like Lacroix, the centre half, with a long shot, 25-30 yard. Alice must have been really annoyed because she immediately went into her tactics. I didn't see anything, so she reacted to it immediately. But it's 1-0 Steve, 10 minutes.
1-0 Steve, Hood, 10 minutes in. Kevin, looks like you're about to say something.
No, it was a very, very near effort from Limo, playing with 10 men, obviously. Dominic Calvert-Lewin with a header over the top of the bar. They've had a free kick in as well, and the goalkeeper claims that one. Up till this point, Cozza Bob's had the best of it, but Limo still in there with a chance.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we now can see JD wondering what he does at this point. He's a goal down at half time. Lama, what's the situation in your game?
He's 2-0 in the lead. He's only had 2 shots in the entire game. His much derided goalkeeper has made a fabulous save from a Fernandez free kick, and now he's gone up the other end. It's a cross into the box, and he has just made it 2-0 against Sai Maggio.
Lovely finish. When you said that the goalkeeper's made a save and then gone up the pitch, I was like, and he scored? Well, that's...
If only, but don't call it a comeback story. The save that his keeper made was superb. Sai's making more changes.
Again, he's getting that tweak on, isn't he? You know, JD, I think, has slightly tweaked his formation. We'll come to Stacey. Stacey, goal for who?
It's Steve Hood. It's 2-0. It's Emery Chan. And Alice is, she's in a bit of trouble here.
Goal
it's
for Limo.
Literally all Steve, 2-0.
It's 2-0. Emre Chan with the goal. Excellent. 2-0. So goal now for Limo.
Bellingham intercepted the ball in midfield, ran at the defence, got a chance to open up the shot and did so really well. And 10-man Limo, 35 minutes in, goes 1-0 up from Bellingham.
Excellent. So we'll expect him to go defensive at this point. 2-0, of course, in our game now. Shaughnessy has made it to Immobile with his second of the game. And JD looks panicked now. He looks panicked as the ball's played through. It's Vlahovic. Great tackle there. But it's not over yet. Oh, it's nearly 3.
Okay.
So no, it would have been 2-1. So it's JD on the attack there. Lama, you look intent.
Goal, Sai Maggio. He has pulled one back. Salty's got his head in his hands. Looks like Guardiol got the end finish. It was a goal of Salty's own making, really. His defence should have cleared it. It was
that
a toss
is
away.
Awful defending, isn't it?
It was unnecessary. He was close to getting through to half time. Sai's also had a goal disallowed, so this is still game on.
Okay, very interesting, very interesting. JD tweaking now with a really with a slightly interesting 4-3-3 setup at this point, where he's going with a wide midfielder on the right, but then nobody on the left, so he's just letting his wing back do all the running. Kev, anything from your game to see? Actually, we've just got a goal. JD has just scored. In fact, no, he hasn't. It's going to be disallowed. I think Basuma was offside. That's me down to 2 now as well. Sorry.
Good.
Oh no, goal is awarded. Goal is awarded. In your face, everybody. I don't know
That's twice you've made the same mistake.
Right, it's 2-1. The comeback's on, and I'm better than everyone. Right, so that's it. Sorry, Kev, you're about to say sorry before.
Oh no, it's been half time for a little while. They've been tinkering a little bit. Nothing major. I mean, Limo is staying in the 4-4-1 that he's got to play. Basically, we're just about to come out for the second half. So yeah, it's not too much to report at this moment.
Excellent, lovely stuff. Stacey, anything from your game?
We're 66 minutes in. It's still 2-0 Steve. Alice, I think, is struggling a little bit. I think this is where Alice gets under pressure. She knows the pool so well, but when she's 2 down and there's things going wrong, I don't know, tactically, she changes enough for, to try and get back in the game. It seems that if it goes against her from the start, it's all Steve. She's had 2 shots on target and she's 2-0 down.
She's good at working with momentum, isn't she? Like if she needs to change to get momentum, she can get to it. Is it time for someone like Frank Ribery? Is it now time for the meme picks
it
to
could
bring
be,
Ribery on?
It could be Ribery time. You never know. She needs something to happen. Here's its goal. Should have done it 2 minutes ago. It's 3-0. It's big. It's the good looking.
Really?
Dude. Yeah.
So
3-0.
3-0.
Olivier Giroud has just made a 3-0 cross in. Nobody getting up with him. It's a header. It's 3-0. I think this is done and dusted. Even though there's 20 minutes left, it's all one-way traffic.
Or Alice, they're 3-0 down.
Yeah.
Lama, are we about to make a point? Oh, hang on, we've got Zaniolo's through. It's 3-1. Shaughnessy, sorry to cut you off there, Lama, just before we started. It's 3-1. Zaniolo goes charging through the middle. It's a nice little 1-2 in there, and away goes. JD's line is so high, and Zaniolo's just got grass to run onto. 3-1 Shaughnessy. 75 played. Think we could be seeing Shaughnessy pick up his first points of the tournament. Lama, sorry, yourself there.
Yeah, we've just had a second disallowed goal for Salty. Haaland could have had a hat-trick. He's only got the one. That's 2 ruled out for offside.
2 ruled offside there. Sorry, is it full time in your match there, Stacey?
Yeah, it's finished 3-0. It was very, very comfortable win for Steve. It was an easy 3 points, to be honest. He was ahead after a minute. He doubled it near half time. He finished it in the second half. It was comfortable.
Excellent stuff. So unfortunately for Alice, but 3 points for Steve Hood as JD gets himself a goal. 3-2, Tomori own goal. Don't call it a comeback. It might still be there. He's gone very, very attacking. He's gone attacking, sorry. But he does still have play out of defence on. So he's still slowing that down. Goal Sai Maggio.
Now,
that makes it...
Believe it or not, this was started from Bruno Fernandes winning a sliding tackle. How that's happened, I have no idea. But eventually it is Pepe who has scored the goal. Overpriced? Not sure.
Well, he's got a goal worth its weight in gold right there, isn't it? So that will be, Sai Maggio will be cheering, not as much as JDFM, though, as he pulls it back to 3-3. Beto with a great strike. Vindal, I think, comes charging down the wing. Just acres of space. He's meant to be playing quite narrow, but JD's dancing away. Wonderful ball in, and nobody is marking Beto. And from Shaughnessy looking comfortable, it's all JD now. Shaughnessy's got a big decision to make. Does he try and lock up, and does JD push on for the win, or does he hold out for a point? Interesting decision to make. Kev, what about your in fact, JD's just gone with a weird bright red cover on his face for a second there, which was really bizarre. He's possibly had some sort of possession. So don't really know why that's happening, but we'll send for people in the local area to make sure that JD's okay. Kev, anything in your match?
We had an injury for Kosobob to Sissoko on the right-hand side. He's brought on the 40-year-old Joaquin to finish off the game. He is giving everything he can to try and get this goal, Kosobob, but it's just not coming for him. He's had so many efforts, but a lot of them have been a little bit long range or a little sort of half chances. And so far, Limo is holding out for a 1-0 win. We've got 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, 1-0 will be fantastic for Limo at this point. There's two very contrasting managers here in this game. JD is dancing away, and Shaughnessy looks like he's just doesn't know what to do at this point. He's had 3 points. He's seen it slip, and I think he's worried about whether he's about to see that slip from 1 point to no points. The timing this match is just ticking down. We're into injury time now. 4 minutes, no highlights so far.
Salty B.
Oh, goal Salty B.
Oh,
We'll just
It's
wait. Have we
our
got something on
mate
this?
Erling Haaland proving why he was drafted. He's just scored a wonder goal. He's run onto a through ball. He has then absolutely rinsed the last defender, and he has sent a missile into the corner of the netting. Salty B is celebrating that one, and quite right.
Oh, JD's celebrating as well. It's 4-3. Beto, 94 minutes and 32
no.
seconds. There is 94 minutes to play according to the referee. JD is dancing. The ball is over the top. Beto runs onto it. Shaughnessy has left the building. He's literally thrown the toys out of the pram. He looks gutted. From 3-1 up, a 4-3 defeat in the space of 25 minutes? You've got to feel for Shaughnessy. You've got to feel for him. He was there, he was in control, but JD just knew what he had to do. JD,
that's tough.
Lama, you backed him. JD is running absolute momentum right now.
Yeah, but if Dube can qualify after being on 0 points halfway through the tournament, don't back against Johnny to still finish bottom.
Very true. Very true. Very true.
Game
We're
over.
currently about to look at the final part. Sorry, game over in your game there, Kev. We just pulled up Simaj and Salty B. What's the final score? Sorry, Kev.
It finished 1-0. Limo went down 10 men, obviously, very, very early on. 5 minutes in, Williams got sent off, and he managed to hold on for a win. And Bob will not understand how. He got about a 2.8 XG rating compared to Limo's like 0.9, something like that. But he just could not break him down, and Limo comes away with a very impressive 1-0 win.
Well, that's the thing. Limo now 9 points out of 9, and we are about to see, potentially, Salty B picking up his first points. He is going he's doing what Shaughnessy should have done. He is locking this down. He has gone 4-4-2, but he's gone banks of 3 and a 1 and a 4, and everybody's coming back. Haaland's just being left up there on his own. There's a proper Christmas tree formation with the Norwegian up top. He is just dialing everything back in. He's gone frequent time wasting. That's probably the right decision as full-time whistle goes.
Yeah,
3
Sai's
points
going to
for
be
Salty
so
B.
disappointed with this, Tony. He's got an XG that's almost double Salty's. Salty doesn't have an XG of 1, yet he's scored 3 goals, and he's had 2 disallowed as well. He is going to be so relieved to have got that winner.
Well, the water bottles are out in Maggio's dressing room. He is throwing a hissy fit.
I feel for Sai. His team did not play badly. That's the second game he really shouldn't have lost.
Oh, that's an angry looking man if ever I've seen one.
Oh, he's got a split dressing room now. That's a big ball for Maggio, to be honest. We talk about morale manager. That could be a big issue. So we are going to wrap up the results now of match day 3. As you can see, FM Girl 0, Steve Hood Gaming 3 goals from Lacroix, Emre Chan, and the beautiful Olivier Giroux. JDFM beat Shaughnessy 4-3 in an absolute thriller on the main screen. Bissouma, a Tomori own goal, and 2 goals from Beto, 84 and 95 minutes. Cancelled out 2 goals from Immobile and Zaniolo. Limo did the professional job, got himself a 1-0 win against Bob, despite going down to 10 men. And Salty B gets his first competitive drafting victory, beating Mr. FM Rankings himself, Maggio, 3-2 goals from Guardiola and Pepe.
Pepe.
Not enough compared to the 2 goals from the Norwegian Viking, Erling Haaland, and Oliveira. So what does that mean for the table, you're probably wondering? Well, this is what it means for the table. Limo, the only person with a 100% record, 3 games in, played 3, won 3, a goal difference of 8, taking his foot off the pedal a little bit, I think, a 5 and then a 3 and then a 1. So he's on 9 points. JDFM flying now. 3 played, 2 wins, 1 draw, 4 for his goal difference. He's up to 7 points. FM girl Alice slips to 3rd. She's on 6 points. She's won 2, lost 1. Still got a goal difference of +2. Steve Hood picks up his first victory of the tournament with those 2 draws, which takes him up to 5 points and 4th, which at the minute would be enough to qualify. But Salty B, potentially doing a dupe, gets his first competitive win in an FM draft tournament, moves him up to 5th. He still has a goal difference of -7, but he overtakes Sai Maggio, who's on 2 points there. He's only got 2 draws and that defeat, which is potentially a real kick in the teeth there for Sai Madge. Cozza Bob struggling there with a point. He's got 1 draw in those 3 games, 2 defeats, 4 minus for his goal difference. He's refusing to put players up front when he goes a goal down. It looks like he holds on for no points, which is a weird strategy, personally, but it's his strategy, so he can own that. And Shaughnessy must be absolutely gutted to come so close from being potentially where Salty B is on 3 points, but unfortunately is still sat there on zip right now. 3 defeats out of 3 and a -5. So match day 4 looks like this. We talk about big fixtures. These are where matches are starting to matter right now. Steve Hood versus Limo. Summer, you're going to be covering this one for us. This is a huge match.
This is a huge game. Like, Limo wins this game, you'd say he's there, he's true. But he's done so well, and I'm delighted because I picked Limo to go through. I really loved Limo's squad. I think it was full of pace and energy, young players. I thought it was a brilliant pick. So I'm just going to stick with Limo on this.
Interesting that Hood does lead 3-2 in the series in this one, and the last time these two squared off in the playoffs, Limo won 2-0. So just maybe worth thinking about there. Kev, you've got the first ever matchup between Cozza Bob and the informed JDFM. What do you think? I mean, is Cozza Bob going to commit his players past the halfway line, and is JD going to continue that steamroller momentum he seems to have right now?
That is the question. Cozza Bob must be absolutely scratching his head after that last game as to how he did not beat Limo at all. So does he have the faith to stick with what he's got and go with it and keep working with what he's got? Or is he going to change it up? We'll have to wait and see on that one. JDFM, he's just got to do more of the same, hasn't he, really? He's playing really well. He's getting goals out of the likes of Beto, which is fantastic for him. So long may that continue from his perspective. It could be a really interesting matchup. I expect better from Cozza Bob this time round.
Yeah.
Excellent. It should be worth pointing out as well, but that 9 points was the qualifying average points at this point.
Wow.
So Limo has already got that in the bag. Lama, you're going to be watching the first ever matchup between Salty B and Shaughnessy. Salty's got to be delighted the fact that he's got his first points in the bag, and Shaughnessy has got to be licking those wounds from that last minute defeat.
Yeah, I mean, Salty B, if he wins this, he is going to be sat on 6 points, having conceded 5 and then 3 without scoring in his first 2 games. And for Shaughnessy, whose defence has been a little bit vulnerable so far, he's going to be coming up against Erling Haaland in this game.
Yeah, that could be an absolute pain for Shaughnessy, unfortunately. But yeah, you know what? If he gets a win there, though, that does turn things around. So it's going to be a huge match. The main feature that we're going to be showing is Sai Maggio versus FM Girl. So this is going to be very, very exciting because 2 former semi-finalists going head-to-head. That's their previous bests. Sai Maggio was a semi-finalist against Mbreezy, and Alice was against Mozza in last season's, where unfortunately she lost on penalties. Could be a huge match. Maggio obviously coming off the back of that defeat against Salty B. FM Girl coming off the back of a defeat against Steve Hood. Stacey, any very quick thoughts on this one before we get into the injury news and suspensions?
Yeah, big game for Sai, I think. Sai really needs to get a result here. A couple of draws, he's not firing. I thought it would go one way or the other for Sai. He'd either score a hat load or he'd struggle for goals. And unfortunately, he looks to be struggling for goals. So I don't know. This is a tough one. I might even go a draw here.
A draw. Can I just can we get some confirmation? It's in the chat. Kev, you're our injury expert.
Yep.
Is what's being put in the chat, can that be confirmed? Have we got a goalkeeping injury?
Oh,
is
no
it Jed
way.
Steer's time to shine?
We have two goal injuries. We do have, but Schwolo out for Salty B, absolutely. But the
No.
other one
No.
is JDFM. Has got a twisted knee, and he's got Meslier, and that's his only goalkeeper. So somebody needs to figure out what he's going to be doing in a second. We'll figure that one out. But yeah, Schwolo out for Salty B. JDFM loses his goalkeeper as well, and that's the only one he's got. We've also got a few suspensions as well to the likes of Ward-Prowse, Digne, Niakate, Delaney, Brandon Williams, of course, having been sent off, Gabriel and Todibo as well. So those are the suspensions. But those goalkeeping ones, that's big.
Wow.
That is big because we are talking about being a league. It's not like a cup competition. So we do say you should probably draft 2 goalkeepers because as far as I'm aware, the rules are you cannot play a grayed out goalkeeper. That's what I was led to believe.
No.
So it's potential. I'm waiting for confirmation on this. If we're sticking outfield players in goal, if you've not drafted a second one, this could be absolute carnage at this point.
Awesome.
We're going to have a quick look at JD, who's trying to work out what's going on. Can someone just confirm what happens to the goalkeepers here? Multi-sentencing is a yellow injury for JD's keeper, so he might still play. And fair play for Salty for drafting Jed Steer. Llama, Jed Steer's never been this, never expected this moment in his life, did he?
Well, it's public knowledge. Jed Steer's just had the best week of his life, and this tough it off. He's going to come in here and be a hero. Let's get him up for corners, see if he can get on the end of one.
Jed Steer is going to be the meme of this. He's clearly going to be the new Chilavert.
He's the playoffs Jimmy Glass.
Yeah, we've had it confirmed that it is definitely yellow injured for JD's goalkeeper. So presumably he is going to risk him. We can see on the main screen here, Saimaggio tweaking those set pieces again. Could come into play. Anything else from Stacey from your game? Any sort of pre-match?
Just about to get underway, and looking at Limo's team, it's just as well he's got the points up because I think he has 9 players. I think I counted 9 on a yellow, so he could possibly go into next week with not enough players, depending on how this goes. But his whole team's on a yellow.
Well, I think the instructions appear to be fight, so that's quite decent. Kev, anything from your game?
I have finally got into JDFM screen, having watched a Lucozade advert. Other drinks are available, but I can confirm that he has got his goalkeeper in goal. We'll have to see whether he can last the 90 minutes, of course. Who knows?
Okay, fantastic. And Llama, Jed Steer, he's got his goalkeeping gloves on. They're brand new. They smell delightful because they've only just come out of the packet. Is he ready to go?
Yeah, he's just completed a lap of the pitch. He's been high-fiving the mascot. The camera's been focused on his family in the stands. His grandma had a lone tear that snaked down her cheek. It's been very emotional. Even the opposition gave him the guard of honour as he ran out. They're calling this the Jed Steer Derby.
Oh, I love it. I love the fact that this could be all about this right now. This is why you need to draft a second goalkeeper, everybody. Just remember this.
Wow.
So we are underway in our main game here, Saimaggio versus FM Girl, and we've gone very close to a goal from FM Girl from the first corner. The second one's about to be swung in, and it looks like Sai gets it away. And he's breaking as well. But it looks like a decent tackle there by Alice. So defensively, she needs to hold ourselves up. It looks like it's going to be, I think this is going to be a set play that decides this match. I'm making a bold prediction right now. Sai already worrying that some of his players still don't like him after he threw the ball. And everyone at the end of the last match in the Salty B encounter.
Shaughnessy.
Correction, Llama. Let's see it. Shaughnessy with the goal. Jed Steer's first job is to pick the ball at the net.
He's not touched it, and he was helpless and hapless as Immobile makes him look like a clown. Best week of his life, not any longer.
So 1-0 Shaughnessy there. Thank you very much for that one. Oh, it's close as well, isn't it? It's 1-0 there, and it's Sai Maggio's looking a little bit nervous in our main game. Stacey, anything happening in your game?
No, we're only 5 minutes in. We were a bit slow at the start, so there's nothing much happened. Limo had a set piece. Ruben Neves didn't really challenge the keeper, but we're only 5 minutes in.
Okay, 5 minutes in. That's not too much of an issue there, but hopefully we'll get something more a little bit soon. Kev, anything from your game? Are you a bit further in?
We've had a couple of very good attempts from JDFM, one from Sancho, one from Vlahovic. Neither put it into the goal. We're 25 minutes in, 0-0.
Is that a goal from you, Stacey, is it?
That's a goal. That's
goal
a goal.
Who for?
It's a goal for Limo, and it's 1-0. It's Ruben Neves plays it through to, I think, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, was it? Yeah, Calvert-Lewin on the end of it. It's 1-0 Limo. Nice through ball. 1-0. 7 minutes.
Lovely stuff. Good start there for Limo. Again, do remember to call out the team's goals, please. That'll help us in the back so we can load up the streams. But yeah, Limo looks very, very confident there, doesn't he? Compared to Sai, who still looks a little bit pensive, I think. This is 20 minutes in, and it's not been... Oh, goal for Kev. Kev, who have we got?
For JDFM.
Goal for JDFM.
Kozabov tried to clear it from his own defensive area by sort of tapping it around at the back, and then they went into midfield. It got intercepted really quickly, came back on the counter-attack, and they get a 1-0 lead, JDFM, at 35 minutes on the clock.
It's a lovely knockdown, isn't it, to get that goal? And there's a goal in our main game. FM Girl has taken the lead. The corner comes in,
Steve.
double header, and it flies back to, is it... who's taking the shot there? It's Pau Torres. It's Pau Torres at the edge of the box, smashes it in to make it 1-0. And Hood Gaming has equalised against Limo.
Yeah, lovely bit of play down the right wing between Dest and Isaac. Dest done really well. He's a runner anyway. Plays it into Isaac, who pulls it back, and then the finish from Emre Can, top corner, pick it out. You're not stopping it. It's 1-1.
It's a great goal, isn't it? So 1-1 in that match. Lama, anything happening in the Jed Steer match?
Yeah, we've got all the way to half time. We've not seen much of Jed Steer. It's actually been Salty pushing for that equaliser for much of the first half. Obviously, Steer was applauded off by both sets of fans for half time, and he's just signed an endorsement deal with Jaffa Cakes, and he was eating one as he went down the tunnel.
Good man. That's what we like to hear. As we're just seeing Alice is through, and Alice makes it 2-0. But the referee's flagging.
Oh.
Referee's not flagging, the referee's checking VAR. It's been disallowed. Put a mark on my name. Okay. Put a mark on my name. Lukaku did score, but it's been disallowed because he's not that far off, to be honest. Like, I can't, It's still a black mark against my name, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll stick that on there. Half time. Kev, anything from yourself there?
We're at halftime. We've been at halftime for a little while. Bob doing a lot of tinkering just to see if he can unlock this team of his. It's been dominant for JDFM in terms of the stats and the highlights, though. 1-0 to JDFM.
Goal for Limo, says Stacey. Let's see.
Checking it's gone to VAR. It's gone to VAR. It's a goal.
It counts. It's okay. Right, you're fine.
It was a good goal. It's Dominic Calvert-Lewin again, but I think it's Pau Torres getting out wide on the left and putting the cross in, unless it's Ferran Torres.
It's Ferran Torres he's got, yeah.
Yeah, he has Ferran as well. So it's 2-1 Limo. Good goal. Dominic Calvert-Lewin just 5 minutes before half-time.
Actually, no, so yeah, you might. It's Pau Torres for Limo. It's Ferran Torres for Alice.
Yeah, Pau Torres. The centre-half getting
Torres
down the line.
Mixed up.
His centre-half just got down the line and whipped a great cross in for Dominic Lewin. So well done, Pau Torres.
Sai Maggio comes charging forward. Here's Alexander Arnold. No, doesn't come to anything. Lama, second half in your game, anything?
Yeah, we're up to 66 minutes now. There's been a lot of changes being made by both competitors, and Haaland is rampaging clear as I speak, looking to try and get Salty B into the game. Peters out, comes to nothing.
Okay, so Haaland back into fraud territory by all accounts, which is a bit of a shame, having been a slight bright spark in the Sai Maggio match. Kev, you seem like you've maybe not been given the best game to watch in this week's fixtures by the looks of it.
What a cross.
No, it's an interesting game. I mean, they're both playing a very similar tactic, 4-3-3, basically using the wide right most of the time. I think Kozabob's just changing up, though, potentially. It's not the best game ever.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Kev. We've got a goal from Zabalosly, or Sausages as he's also known. It's a great ball in. Alice takes a 2-0 lead against Saimaggio. The ball comes out. It's Biragi who goes going down the wing. Great cross in, and look at that. Runs from deep, smashes it on the half volley.
Goal!
Alice is celebrating 2-0. Goal for Salty B. Sorry, let's have a quick chat about that one then, Lava.
It was a VAR review for a penalty. Haaland was fouled, but it's actually outside the box from the free kick. Fabinho's headed home.
Fabinho heads home. It's 1-1. It's 2-2. Hood Gaming versus Limo.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's a bit unlucky. It's a true ball. Pau Torres tries to make the tackle, but it just bounces back off the player he's tackling and falls right in front of him. It's Isaac, and he just slots it home. It's a bit lucky, but it's 2-2.
Goal, Salty B.
Oh, we've swung it round. Salty B is on fire. Okay,
2
Lama,
goals
2-1.
in 3 minutes. Jed Steer comes up for a cut. No, he doesn't, unfortunately. It's just a ball into the box and a tap home, but he scored twice in 3 minutes now. So he's gone from a goal down to Shaughnessy to 2-1 in the lead. This would put Salty on 6 points.
Huge switch in momentum as well, and that will pretty much does that see Shaughnessy out at this point? We're talking 4 games and no points. He's got to really do something now. He's got to be hurting at this point, as we have a throw in on our side here, and it's cleared.
Oh, goal, Limo!
Goal for Limo, shouts Stacey. Let's go have a quick look, shall we? Oh,
it's a 25-yard chip. And it's 3-2 Limo. He's just lobbed the keeper from all the 30 yards. Ball over the top, a long, hopeful ball taken down, and what a lob. It's a great goal. It's 3-2 Limo, half an hour to go.
Right. Give Limo the goal of the month, or like literally every goal he scores is worldies. Like his chat must be clipping everything there. Yeah. Clip all those goals and get those put on social media, by the way, everyone, because they are beautiful.
Limo is playing some nice stuff. He's cruising. He's looking good.
Yeah, I think this should probably be enough to see him through. I reckon 12 points. Yeah. Lama, anything happening? Is there anything that Shaughnessy can do? Is he panicking and just sort of almost accepting his fate at this point?
He's just had a corner and he's just headed over. He's well in this game as Haaland fires over. He's still in the balance, this one.
Okay, excellent. Well, hopefully that will be still going on as we get towards the end. Kev, anything from your game? We've got 9 minutes left on our match here.
I've got 15 minutes left here. I think I've seen more of Kozabob trying to figure out his changes and make them than I have actually goal mouth action in this game, to be honest. He's still trying to figure out. He's gone 3 at the back, 3-4-3. He's been a little bit better in the second half in terms of having a couple of chances, but not really challenged JDFM's goalkeeper enough at this point. It's still 1-0 to JDFM.
Still 1-0 to JDFM, which will put him on 9 points and very much in a driving seat. That momentum is absolutely with JD. We say sometimes it's a morale manager in these draft modes. So I think if he's
for JDFM, he's got a second. It was a good cross, a crossfield ball from left to right from Thorsby back to Windal. Windal eventually puts it all the way across to the far side of the penalty box. Martinez on the ball, puts it into the 6-yard box. Vlahovic with a simple tap in. 2-0 to JDFM.
And JD is dancing away as well, and that's the huge result. I mean, look at XG as well, 3.09. That's superb, to be honest, as Alice is still doing a couple of tweaks at 2-0. I think she's just trying to work out whether she locks things down. Side's obviously trying to work out what he can do. Can he push on? He's trying to make some substitutes, see if he can make some changes that can do something for him. But FM Girls 20 shots to size 10, and I think we're about to see the final whistle in our feature game here. So we will cut to whoever's still live at this point. We'll cut to Steve Hood. There he was, finished 2-0 FM Girl to Saimaggio. 3-0. We're reviewing it. It's disallowed.
It was from a set piece. I'm not sure what it was disallowed for. Was it offside? Yeah. Yeah, it was slightly offside. There was 2 of them standing slightly offside. It's still 3-2. That was the 88th minute. So
But we will stay with this one on the main screen just for the last couple of minutes, just to see if anything does happen, because the match is finally poised at this point.
Yeah. Oh!
Goal for Cozza Bob.
Goal for Cozza Bob, of all things. Wow. Let's have a look at that.
Kufal off the right wing, cuts in, gets a ball through eventually. They've paused the highlight, I'm afraid, unfortunately, at the moment on my end anyway. Kufal with a good finish in the end. Osherman drops into midfield to get involved in play. Havertz, ball over the top for Kufal. JDFM's defence didn't go back in with him. He rounds the keeper, slots it home. We're back to 2-1 with a couple of minutes of injury time to play. JDFM still with the advantage.
It's a lovely finish as well, isn't it? To be honest, nice ball over the top there. Lama, are we finished in your game?
We're finished. We've been finished for a long time now. The players have just taken a 2-week break. Jed Steer's come back with a wonderful tan. It finished 2-1 to Salty B. I have never seen a streamer lock down his defence with 10 minutes to go as much as Salty did.
Well, that's the thing. You need to protect these results, don't you? When things start going for you, you want to make sure that that's the way it happens. Shout out, by the way, to Official H2, who's in the chat. Welcome back. You had a cracking debut showing yourself there in Playoffs 1, so it's nice to see you in support in Playoffs 2. Of course, H2 has been in this position where things haven't gone well, but they managed to just turn it around. So here's the confirmation of the results on match day 4. We saw Steve Hood lose 3-2 to Limo. So Limo missed a 100%. He just is a steamroller at this point. Nobody's stopping him. Goals from Emre Can and Isaac for Steve Hood. Dominic Calvert-Lewin got 2, and Bawado scored an absolute worldie to make that 3-2. Cozza Bob scored a goal, much to his own surprise, from Kufal in the 92nd minute. JDFM, again, we're talking about a man who's on form. You don't want to go up against him right now. Martinez and Vlahovic with the goals to make it 2-1. Salty B has managing to basically turn around those early defeats. He got the win against Shaughnessy, who's really, really got to be worried right now. He's lost 4 matches out of 4. Salty 2-1 win. Fabinho and Goncalves with the goals. Immobile with the goal for Shaughnessy. And FM Girl gets another victory against Saimaggio. Saimaggio's in trouble right now. 2-0 for FM Girl. Ferran Torres and Zabalazai with the goal for FM Girl. Now, what does that mean for the table? I think it pretty much means Limo can go on holiday right now, can't he? 12 points, 4 games played, 4 wins. I mean, he might as well. He's put his feet up. He might as well go to Mallorca right now. He's fine. Him and Jed Steer can go on holiday. I think he's through. JDFM having an absolutely fantastic time on form. 3 wins in a row puts him into second position and solidifies his second place with 10 points. FM Girl back up into the top 4 with 9. Salty B. This is the real story. Started with 2 defeats. He's now won 2 matches. He has still got a -6 goal difference. I don't know if that's ever been the situation where you could potentially qualify with such a really bad goal difference. His early start. In fact, I think I'm just getting in my ear. Ian McIntosh was the last person who qualified with a goal difference that bad when we did the 92-93 database playoffs. So that's exciting for Salty there. 6 points puts him ahead of Steve Hood, who everyone had to be winning this. Was saying that he was going to be going undefeated. He's only won 1 match. He's drawn 2. He's lost 1. He's not really having a good time right now. But someone who's not having a good time is Saimaggio. 2 draws, no wins, 2 defeats. Very un-Sai-like. Cozza Bob as well. He's having problems. He's had 1 draw. He's lost 3. He's struggling to offer up much. And poor Shaughnessy is not getting the rub at all. 4 defeats out of 4. And sat there on 0 points.
Ooh, nasty.
Yeah, it is a bit nasty to be honest, but it's getting into the problem where we need to start having a bit of a think about these things now. There's going to be managers who are going to be looking at their tactics, looking at their plans, and thinking, is it time to change, or do they stick? I think What we should probably all do, though, it's still quite warm. We'll go and have ourselves a drinks break. It allows the managers a bit of time to go and refresh themselves, allows our panel time to refresh ourselves, go to the toilet, all that sort of thing. Chat, if you want to just keep us up to date with how you think the tournament's going, anything that you've enjoyed, any goals you've got, obviously throw them out as well. And of course, give us any information on where Jed Steer is going on his holidays. That'll be much appreciated. We will see you all back in a few minutes. But yeah, we'll see you very, very soon. Just go and grab yourselves a drink as well. And we'll be back very shortly with the next few matches. Welcome back, everyone, to part 2 of the Path to the Playoffs, FM Playoffs, Week 2. Hope you've been enjoying the competition so far. I think it's fair to say we've had a pretty decent first few games. If you've only just joined us, welcome. We'll quickly do a little introduction with everybody. Of course, I'm Tony Jameson, hosting the show, and with me is Stacey Summers. Stacey, how are you?
Good. Enjoying it so far. I think it's been very competitive. Surprise runaway leader with Limo at the minute, but still a few things can happen here.
A few things can happen, and they do tend to happen, don't they, Llama, down the bottom here? Can you give us any insight as to anything that's surprised you so far?
Do you know what? I did not think anybody would be on 0 points after 4 games, given the quality of the squad's drafting. So that was surprising. And equally, I didn't think anybody would be on 12 points after 4 either.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a fair point as well, to be honest. Kev, obviously you did the after the playoffs week 1. How is this comparing to last week's affair?
Well, I think it's fairly similar in the sense that there are a couple of guys at the top of the table that you would imagine at this point would probably go through. Remember, we're about qualifying today, not winning the group necessarily. So there's a couple there that are in a good position. But conversely, at this time last week, Dupe was nowhere to be seen in terms of his group, and he powered through to claim one of those qualifying spots. It can still happen, but at the moment, you would say that the couple of people at the bottom of the table have got an awful lot of work to do at this point.
Yeah, I think that's right, to be honest. And I'm just getting a little bit of breaking news in my ear before we do a quick recap of the tables, given that we have just had a little break. So breaking news in my ear, Cy Maggio has called a team meeting. So that would suggest that he is a little bit worried about how things are going. And if we pull the table up, it's probably fair to see why. He sat there in 6th position with 2 points. He's only got 2 points, 2 draws. He's not won a game yet. He's there with Cozza, Bob, and Paul Shaughnessy, who's sat on a 0. He's lost all 4 matches. A little bit of bad luck, I think, for Shaughnessy in a couple of those matches. He maybe doesn't deserve to be sat on 0, but this game is unforgiving, particularly in draft mode. And then out in front, Limo. He's on holiday now. He's just sending out the reserves. He's 4 out of 4. He's got 100%, 12 points. JDFM is on form. He's breaking in, won his last 3 games on 10. FM Girl there on 9 points. And now a debutant, Salty B, who started with 2 defeats, has bounced back with his 2 wins. He's now on 6 points. He's into the qualification spots. As you say, Kev, it's not about winning today. It's about being in those top 4 spots and qualifying. And at the minute, just outside of that qualification picture, is the man we all thought would be there or thereabouts, Steve Hood.
Yeah.
So, Stacey, sorry, Kev, go. Give me your thoughts.
He's got to pick it up, hasn't he, Steve Hood? He's got a couple of interesting stats in that he's got some assist makers in his team, but he's not getting enough goals to secure those points, unfortunately. The other thing that I'd like to quickly say is we talked about Cy Maggio. Watch out for him in these next 3 games. He has to play Cozza, Bob, and Shaughnessy, I believe. So that could be a really interesting turnaround if he gets a decent win in this next game before those 2 matches.
And that's the thing. We are at the point now where you need to be picking up points. We say it's going to be the sort of issue in PvP where if you're not getting wins early doors, you're starting to struggle. Goals, however, are probably where people are struggling. So believe it or not, goals really aren't flying in for some people. Dominic Calvert-Lewin is leading the goal scoring charts for Limo. Interestingly, compared to last week, all the goal scoring top leaders were strikers, but not this time around. We've got a bit of a spread. Beto's got 3, Immobile's got 3, Sabalai's got 2, Emre Can's got 2 goals, and Stacey Summers' fraud pick, Erling Haaland's got 2, Castrovilli's got 2, and Bellingham's got 2. So a bit of a spread of goals there, which is quite interesting. So we will see how that fares in the next 4 matches. We have got the rest of the fixtures coming up, however, for the next match day, which is match day 5. And this is what we have ahead of us. So we have got FM Girl versus JDFM, which is going to be a fantastic game. That is going to be watched by Kev. It's the South Wales Derby, as we're dubbing it. So we're very, very excited about that. Steve Hood versus Salty B is going to be watched by Stacey. Cozza Bob is going to be up against Shaughnessy in what we're dubbing as potentially El Sacchio at this point. That's going to be the main featured game. And Lama is going to be watching Sai Maggio versus Limo. Now, Stacey, if I come to you very quickly with regards to your match there, Steve Hood versus Salty B, what are you expecting? This is a match where Steve's probably got to get a win now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really needs to. Like the lads were saying, Steve's playing 3 up top and he's not scoring goals. So that's a problem. And Salty has got Haaland. So far, Haaland has returned 2 goals for 70 million in 4 games. That's not enough. He needs Haaland to do more. If Haaland turns up in this, Steve could be in trouble, because if he loses here, you know, he needs to get those strikers up top scoring goals. Just trade them up there. They need more of a return.
Speaking of people who need a win and need goals, Cozza Bob and Shaughnessy. I mean, this match features a front line collectively that has scored 4 goals, and Shaughnessy has scored 3 of them. And in fact, they've actually kicked off already. We'll come back to do a little bit more prep and catch up with everyone else as we go along. But they've already kicked off here. In fact, they're 9 minutes in. Cozza Bob versus Shaughnessy. Shaughnessy has had some matches where he's been conceding in the last minute, which has just deflated his confidence. And Cozza Bob has this wonderful tactic of going a goal down, then going defensive. So we'll do a quick whiz around the grounds to see where we are with everyone else. Lama, has your match kicked off?
We're just approaching 10 minutes in already. First 10 minutes, Limo has spent toweling himself down with a pink towel, and we're finally into the first highlight. Limo is coming forward, and he has, as long as it's not offside, already taken the lead.
Goal, Steve Hood.
Goal, JDFM.
Wow, they're all flying. And right, we'll come to you first, Lama, because you did call it first. So have a quick look at Limo.
So, it's not offside. I think it would have been closer. Bellingham's on the ball. I think it was Bodu that eventually got the finish. He's just slipped it past the keeper. 1-0 Limo. He is on fire this evening.
He is indeed, isn't he? We have just seen that goal from Hood Gaming, which made it 1-0.
It's a cross coming in, and Jed Steer is flapping around like it's nobody's business, and it's a feckin' header then. He completely misjudges the flight of the ball. There's actually 2 defenders on Gomez, and he still wins the header into an open goal. 1-0, Steve.
It's nothing to do with Jed Steer, to be honest. It's a goal. It's a goal. We've got a goal. We've got a goal in the main match. Cozza Bob has scored. Repeat, Cozza Bob has scored. What he's going to do now, he normally puts everyone behind the halfway line when he goes a goal behind. He's got a goal ahead, so presumably he's going to push all of his defenders up. So poor Shaughnessy needs to do something right now. He is basically staring down the barrel of 5 defeats out of 5, and there's maybe even going to get worse for him as he's looking at getting a red card. Shaughnessy goes down to 10 men. Chilo Immobile is off. It goes from bad to worse for Shaughnessy. As we come to you, Kev, you've got a goal on your screen here.
We have a long ball over the top for Lukaku to race onto. He gets a one-on-one with the goalkeeper, puts it away. We are already at 1-1 because earlier in the madness of all those goals going in, JDFM got a goal early. It is 1-1 in the game between FM Girl and JDFM.
Goal, Sai Maggio.
Sai Maggio.
12 minutes in, we're tied at 1-1. Aubameyang to Bruno Fernandes, past the keeper, all square.
And it's another potential point for Sai Maggio, which is not good enough, to be honest, really, is it? We're sat looking at Shaughnessy now. He is scratching his head, wondering what to do with that red card. We'll quickly have a look at FM Girl, though.
It's a sweeping ball from Konsa from left to right. Zoboslai picks up the ball, plays a 1-2 with St. Just, gets back in again. Zoboslai through on goal, a narrow angle, puts it past the goalkeeper. FM Girl has come from 1 down to lead 2-1.
Excellent stuff. That's a huge result there. It's 2-0 Cozza Bob, in fact, to be honest. We've missed a Cozza Bob goal. In fact, it even says there it's memorable. It's James Ward-Prowse with the ball in, and it looks like Cozza Bob has skipped the replay for us. He's that shocked at the fact that he scored. He's just literally, I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it. So it's a very, very interesting team talking now for Cozza Bob. 2-0 up. And unfortunately, Shaughnessy is in the mud. Goal for Steve Hood, says Stacey.
I feel for Salty here. It's all going wrong. Jed Steer's not supposed to be in goal, and it doesn't look like he is there. It's 2-0, and he's had a man sent off
FM
in the 23rd minute as well. So he's 2 down after half an hour with 10 men.
He's got 10 men as well.
Yeah,
oh,
Danilo,
no.
straight red.
Oof, that's going to come back to cost him a goal in your game, Kev.
It was JDFM, apologies, not FM Girl. It was Martinez got on the loose ball eventually and powers it from the top of the penalty box past the goalkeeper. It's gone back to 2-2.
And to be fair, a point in that match isn't the worst result for those two together, to be honest. They could do with sharing a draw, a little bit of national. I'm not going to suggest there's some sort of collusion going on there, but it wouldn't be the worst thing for the pair to grab a draw in that match. Cosser Bob looking around now. Again, very confused. I think that he's sat comfortable here with the 2-0 lead. Stacey, is there a goal in your game or?
No, it's half time, but Salty he's changing everything. He's desperate here. He's thrown the bottle. He's up against it here.
Cosser Bob appears to be hitting Shaughnessy on the break as well. He's had 9 shots compared to Shaughnessy's 11, but then Shaughnessy only had 2 on target. So Bob seems to be sat looking to take pressure and then hitting on the brakes. So it does sort of seem to be playing into his hands a little bit. Lama, it's been a bit quiet at your end. Anything to report right now?
Yeah, it's been anything but quiet. Since Simaggio equalised, he had loads of chances to take the lead. Aubameyang missed a couple of one-on-ones, but now the momentum swung back to Limo. It's all in the Scouse house at the moment. He should be 2-1 up, but we're still tied at 1-1.
Excellent stuff. And Kev, you're looking very intent at this point.
JDFM has made a change. He had a 3-man midfield, 2 in centre and one on the right-hand side. He's moved him inside. It's now a central 4-3-3. It's still 2-2, 10 minutes into the second half.
We've actually got a penalty here.
We have a penalty, says Stacey.
No, it's gone the other way. Aaron Cresswell, he got away with it. It looked like a penalty to me, but ref says no, play on.
Oh, okay, fair enough. We have a little bit of a VAR issue there then.
Goal, JDFM.
Goal, JDFM, says Kev.
It's the guy that he moved in from the right to play more centrally. Jadon Sancho getting involved in the play more centrally. Vlahovic was involved in there for a moment on the opposition, but Beto drops it back to Sancho and he puts it in the back of the net for 3-2 to JDFM over FM Girl.
I tell you what, Beto's been a signing and a half, hasn't he? He's been involved in everything that's been going well for JD this tournament. And Cosser Bob goes close again. Poor Shaughnessy, 10 men, 3 minutes, well, not even 3 minutes to go now. It's pretty much 90 minutes. 2-0 defeat to Cosser Bob. Shaughnessy, I think,
Limo
is unfortunately packing his bags, and someone who is packing their bags into the FM playoffs in a couple of weeks is Limo. Lama, talk us through this as he keeps up his 100% record.
Rampaging down the left. It's fallen to an unmarked Anthony. He's hit it from the edge of the 6-yard box. It has been a lot of momentum in Limo's direction. So many highlights. We're not even at half time yet.
Goal, JDFM.
Wow.
JDFM. Let's have a look, says
It's
Kev.
been paused by Alice, so we might see the replay in a second. But JDFM came from 2-2. He's now leading 4-2 in this second half. It's still paused by Alice. So we'll have to just wait for her to finish tinkering before we move on. And exactly what happened on the goal. But JDFM has certainly come out in this second half and has been much more dominant, having moved that wide player from the wide right into the centre of his midfield. It's made a very, very big difference from him. I think it was Vlahovic on this occasion that got the final touch from a Thorsby assist. It's a long throw in from Windale. They get it partially cleared, but Thorsby with a header back in and Vlahovic another header over the top of the stranded goalkeeper, and it is 4-2 to JDFM.
Goal, Simaggio.
Oh, it's going to go to the wire, this one, isn't it?
I am so sorry, Stacey, but Pepe has just run from the halfway line. He has cut through that defence like a knife through the proverbial proverbial hot butter, and
Of course he has.
he has just absolutely spanked one past Limo's keeper. He's looking like the player of the tournament.
Goal, FM Girl.
Oh, okay. We're back to FM Girl. We'll probably come back to the Limo Saimaggio match to finish off, given that they're not even at half time just yet.
Goal,
But it's a goal for
Salty.
FM Girl.
Lukaku, simple tapping. Go to Stacey.
It's a cross from Cresswell and big Erling Haaland. He's got his head on it and he's got his goal. It's 2-1. There's 10 minutes left. The 10 men are fighting back. There's hope.
And it's your man Haaland will hang here
Yeah.
for now, because this is, of course, huge ramifications here. As it looks like Salty's on the ascendancy.
Salty's doing well with 10 men. He's got a lot of the ball, but Steve has been the better team in the game. He's missed some chances. Maxi Gomez is clean through the rebound. No, Steve has had his chances to put this game to bed. It's his problem scoring goals. Even against 10 men, he could have killed it off. And now Haaland has got to go back. It's a bit edgy. There's 2 minutes left. Salty's throwing men up front now. He's just doing whatever he can. He'll probably play long ball, shoot on side. He'll do everything to get that goal. But Steve shouldn't be in this position. It's his strikers are not scoring. Maxi Gomez has 2 in this game, but overall 3 up front. He's not making the most of it. So this is not over.
That's the thing. Yeah, I think everyone talks about the meta of 3 men up front in the minute, and you're looking there at Salty's playing 1, and he's got big Soloth as well. He's started to move him a bit higher up. So I'd be tempted to chuck the ball up towards
he's
Soloth
throwing
and
the
just
kitchen
aim.
sink at it. He's really just going everything he can to go attacking, long ball, fast tempo. He's doing everything. He's got a couple of minutes to see if he gets that. All he needs is one chance. If he gets that one chance, this could be a draw.
Absolutely, and that's a draw at this point is as good as a win, to be honest, really. Because
Saimaggio.
oh, speak about a win. This is what you need. It's all coming up Saimaggio.
And we've got Pepe, the man of the match. He's put the ball through to Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's playing as right wing back. He's popped up on the left and spanked it home.
Scenes, absolute scenes. Once we get full-time whistle in the Salty B game, we will go back to the Saimaggio Limo match. Salty is now looking at trying
Steve
to work out how we can get everyone forward.
Yeah, Steve just responded and went a bit more defensive, but long ball over the top. There's still a couple of minutes left here, so we'll see what happens. If he can get that, like, one chance, it's one chance. He's done so well with 10 men to get back into this position. The game should have been over. But here comes Steve on the attack now. Dest across that. Oh, Haller's missed a sitter. He's missed a sitter. 6 yards out, he's put it wide. So it's still there, Salty. He's running out of
Kev,
time.
is there anything in your game between JD and FM and Alice as we come with full-time in the Hood game and Salty B game?
We've got seconds remaining. The last couple of minutes in real terms have been about Alice changing her her structures on her set pieces. It hadn't actually made enough of a difference. Eventually, a full-time whistle goes, and it is a 4-3 win for JDFM over FM Girl.
Huge result, that one there, to be honest. And as this one stays, we've put up on the main screen now, Saimaggio. If Saimaggio wins this against Limo, that's a huge result for Sai, isn't it, Lama?
We could be here all night with this game. It is just constant highlights. It's so open. Both sides are missing a succession of one-on-ones. It's not even like the keepers are being tested. Forwards are just blazing it wide. Aubameyang's playing with double vision by the looks of it. Tagliafico's now crossed one in, and it looks like Anthony may have got his second.
Oh, Anthony, the sneaky pick.
Indeed, and Tagliafico gets the assist. Whoever doubted him?
Taglia who?
Telly. It's a great ball into the box as well. It's almost an unmissable chance for Anthony. And in fact, the defenders have not covered themselves with glory there at all. We're tied at 3-3.
This is a game, isn't it? This is an absolute game. We've still got, 20 minutes left?
Yeah, I will say Limo is being tested, though. He actually tweaked his formation at half-time. He pulled both of his central midfielders back to be DMs. He then went 3-2 down and has moved them back up again.
It's the first time he started to look. I mean, we say there that Limo's looking concerned. He doesn't really look. He doesn't need to look concerned. He's obviously he's won quite comfortably, but there is an issue now. Looking at that league table, JD's now level on points, so it's not You're not going to run straight through as the champion. The only benefit, of course, we must say, of winning tonight is potential ramifications going into the finals with maybe things like draft orders, possibly. I don't know, maybe. Could be a thing. It's do you push at this point to get the win, or do you just get through? That's the thing. There's teams now who will just be desperate to get into that top four. Hood with a huge win will be delighted there.
Yeah, we've still got 12 minutes to go in this game. Limo's been making some changes. Size formation, the strikerless offset 3 AMs, it's been causing him some trouble. And here's the man that's been missing all the chances today, Aubameyang. Probably best he stays out wide because he could not hit a pig's backside with a banjo, as Pepe fires another chance straight at the keeper. I think he was offside that time. We're finally in the last 10 minutes. This is just going to make all the other contestants sweat a little bit. They're going to have time to just be double thinking their tactical changes for the next game, whilst these two are cruising towards a 3-3 draw. 4 minutes left to go. Limo's actually throwing on the time wasting now, I think, by the looks of it. I think he's settling for a point. Both of them have got XGs above a 2. This could have been 5-5, to be brutally honest. But Limo now, he's quaffing himself the last dregs of his can. He looks like he's happy with the point. He's going to take it. He's going to remain undefeated. For Sai Maggio, this is another frustrating draw for him. Tony, is this his third now?
Well, this is what I was about to say. This result suits Limo so much more than Sai. I mean, he's got to be so frustrated with this tournament. He just can't buy a win. It doesn't matter what he does. He just can't seem to get those 3 points. And I mean, look at Limo, he's dancing away. His players are knackered. They're out on their feet. They're all on red for their energy levels. And Sai just doesn't seem to have the win.
As Limo goes close there, he's tried to shut up shop, but it was a set piece. Corner came in. Looked like he could have just stolen it at the death. He's now still making some final changes. He's changing his Calvert-Lewin into an advanced forward, even though we've got a minute and a half left. He's a tactical magician, Limo, isn't he? Look, you can hear the cogs turning all the way down here. Just
to compare that, Sai has gone full kitchen sink, very attacking, distribute the ball over the defence, but it's not enough. It's finished 3-3.
And so Limo's celebrating that as well. He's given that the full fist pump at the final whistle. He's happy.
Well, it's not the same reaction for Sai Maggio, is it, to be honest? That's head on his hands, 3-3.
I think I've watched 3 Sai games now, and he's been good in all 3 of them. He's not got as many points as Salty B. I watched Salty's 2 wins, and in each of them, he had half the XG of the opponent that he beat. It just shows Haaland made the difference, I think, in those games, and he scored again today, I think.
As we say before, this draft mode can be cruel, and like you say, if you're paying for goals win you games, that's what it comes down to.
We said from the very start, and if you look at Steve's game against Salty, who needs Haaland when you can get Maxi Gomez? And look at the score.
That's a good point. That is a good point. But Steve's still been panicking to get into the top 4 at this point. So Salty B wasn't expecting to be in the top 4. And we'll do a quick rundown of the results to confirm our week 5 fixtures. FM Girl versus JDFM. 4-3 to JD. Goals from Lukaku, 2 goals there. Zabalai as well for FM Girl. JD getting Beto. Beto was having a great time with a goal there. Martinez, Sancho and Vlahovic. The 4 Musketeers, not just 3 Musketeers, the 4 Musketeers of JDFM. Steve Hood beats Salty B 2-1. 2 goals from Gomez, and of course Erling Haaland for Salty. Cozza Bob got a much needed win, 2-0 against poor Shaughnessy, who is going for the Tony Jameson Wooden Spoon Award. That's goals from Ward Prowse and Mari for Cozza Bob, and Sai Maggio just can't seem to get that win. 3-3 against Limo. Bruno Fernandes, Nicolas Pepe and Trent Alexander-Arnold, not enough to counteract the goals from Bowado and 2 from Anthony, which means Limo stays unbeaten and, of course, will be in the playoffs. Let's have a quick little look at the table, because I think some people obviously know what's happening right now. Limo is through. JD is through. Shaughnessy, I think we can probably say, is out, unfortunately, which is a shame. But other than that, I mean, mathematically, if Sai can turn these draws into wins, he could still be in with a shout to overtake Steve Hood there on 4, who's got 8 points. But it's FM Girls obviously would be sort of your favourite at this point, I think, coming in. Salty B, he'd be over the moon with 6 points. I think you'd have snapped your hands off with that when you first came in. Cozza Bob's got his first win, which puts him on 4, but it is Sai Maggio down there in 7th. 3 points, no wins. That's the surprise at this point. And as I say, poor Shaughnessy, we must say, poor Shaughnessy, 5 games played, 5 defeats. Stacey, anything that's jumping out at you at this point?
Yeah, like Sai, I feel for Sai. I'd imagine he's in a world of frustration, because he's in every game. It just seems to be just that little bit too far for him to get the 3 points. And if he had won one of those games, he's right in it. I think he really needs to go out now and win his last 2 games. So I wasn't expecting Sai to be in this position. Shaughnessy, I'm a bit surprised at as well. He drafted well. He's been very unfortunate. He's had a couple of 92 and 94th minute goals against him. So wasn't expecting anyone to be on 5 games, no points. But Sai is the big one for me at the minute. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, to be honest. Kev, anything from your perspective that's jumping out at you?
Well, at the beginning of the evening, we all backed Steve Hood, and he's been very quiet for the first half of this evening and a lot of his fixtures and a lot of the results. But look at him now. He's just sneaking in there. And we have been saying a little bit, it's all about just qualifying today. And he looks like he's put himself in a decent position to do it. Salty B's been performing magnificently well for his first draft. Look at him. He's pushing all the way. Can he find a way to turn the last couple of games into his favour? We'll have to wait and see. But could be an exciting finish for 1 or 2 of these managers as we move forward.
Yeah, I think so. Lama, just before we come to you, we're going to have a quick look at the fixtures here. So this is our week 6. We've got JDFM versus Steve Hood. Kev, you're going to be watching that one for us.
Yeah.
Our featured match is going to be Limo versus FM Girl. The previous only meeting of these 2 teams ended 5-5. So should be a reasonably entertaining match for the neutrals, this one. Summer, you're going to be looking after Salty B versus Cozza Bob. And Lama, you've got Shaughnessy versus Sai Maggio. The series is tied at 1-1 at the minute. Sai Maggio currently winning 9-2 on aggregate. He'd take that right now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, this is the winless derby, isn't it? Both of them going for their first win. This is going to be the 4th Sai Maggio game that I've watched. I don't know how he hasn't picked up a win yet. I hope he doesn't change the system, because I think he would be able to get him the win in this game.
Like I say, it is now or never for Sai. Kev, a very quick one for yourself there with JD and Steve. Are you thinking, I mean, JD's pretty much over the line, isn't he? 13 points. We say he's through. Steve needs to win to solidify his playoff hopes.
And that's the challenge, isn't it? JDFM is on a roll. He's playing really well. He's getting very good results. Momentum morale is with him, and Steve Hood has still got work to do. Can he turn this fixture into his favour? We'll have to see, but it's going to be a tricky one. JDFM looks very good.
On Summer, very quickly, Salty B versus Cozza Bob. You've seen Cozza Bob a few times.
I have, and I haven't been overly impressed with what he's been doing. Even his tactics straight away, he's got his left side, he's got one player in that channel, it's his left full, and he's on attack. So he's very vulnerable down there straight away. There's no other player on that side of the pitch at all. I can see Salty getting a result here.
Well, if he does, that certainly puts him in contention for potentially qualifying. But we are, of course, going to be looking at the featured match on screen. Limo was running away with it until the last match where Sai got a draw with him. He's been so dominant, so dominant. And FM Girl, again, really, really good. We knew that she'd be a good contestant. She's coming into this on form. She's doing exactly what she said she was going to do. She's here to win. Yeah. So we're going to see how she does with that. We're going to have a quick little look into the into Limo land. I mean, look at that. This is, if you're wondering how he's getting the most out of his team, he has gone around every single player with a notepad and went, this is what you do to your opponent. Every single player has opposition instructions. And look at, we talk here about Limo doing a 4-4-2, but there you go. That's it. That's the formation. It couldn't be more Limo.
Yeah.
And it's working. It's absolutely working. We'll do a quick little roundup of everyone's matches before we get into the main match here on screen. Llama, any news?
Well, look, Shaughnessy is going for this. He's got 3 central strikers and he's got an advanced playmaker in just behind, and his wing backs are going to be going for it as well. So he does not want to end this tournament pointless. He wants to get a win under his belt. Yeah, if he could finish 6th, 5th from where he is after 5 games, it'd be a good night.
Excellent stuff. I do have to confirm before we go further, 18 points and a plus 11 goal difference was last week's winning total. Wow. So that's what Limo and JD are aiming for. And the best team, as we said, whoever wins does get to pick their draft order in the playoffs itself. So there is definitely something to play for between Limo and JD right now. Limo has no Porro, no Tagliafico or Pau Torres, so that could be quite interesting. Kev, any breaking news in your camp?
Primarily from JDFM, he's made a couple of changes in terms of personnel in those fullback positions. He's changed both his fullbacks for this game. The interesting thing for me, he has reverted back to that right winger and not kept him in the centre of midfield that worked so well for him in the second half of his last game. We'll see what impact that has for him as the game progresses.
It is always nice to change things up, isn't it? It does seem very, very effective, and it'll be interesting to see how Beto gets on again as we have our first highlight in the main game. Then we'll come to yourself, Stacey, as Alice goes very close there off the underside of the bar, and Limo managed to get cleared away. Any pre-match news from your game?
No, we're just kicking off here now, so it's literally just started. Jedsteer is out. He's back on the bench. Salty has his number 1 keeper back, so he's straight back in. Other than that, we've literally just kicked off, so big game here.
Well, we've got a goal already for Limo. Limo land is bouncing. It's a goal from a corner. It's come across to the back post and headed in. Alice has got some fairly tall defenders, but they've all missed it. Forsberg whips it in. Dolbit Calvert-Lewin nods it to the back post, and it's headed in by Kunde. Of all people, he's not very tall, but he gets in the back post and makes it 1-0 to Limo. Kev, anything from your game at this point?
We're only 3 minutes in. Hood has had a couple of chances. He's got a goal just as we're speaking. A long cross from the far side for Steve Hood. James on the far right-hand side eventually gets the ball from Isak, puts a sweeping cross right the way across goal to the far post, and it's Maxi Gomez heading it back into that near post area. Gets a 1-0 lead for Steve Hood. It had been quiet up until that point.
Excellent stuff. And Alice has just gone close in our featured game there. Limo is a little bit worried about that, to be honest. Llama, anything happening in your match right now?
Yeah, Shaughnessy has come out of the blocks. He's had loads of chances early, including hitting the post. But now Sai Maggio must be ruining drafting Aubameyang. He's missed another easy chance.
Again, we've got another goal on the main screen, and it's Anthony makes it 2-0 for Limo. He's just at a canter there, or he's got the finger going off. This is absolute. Limo's having a party. This is just his best day right now. Forsberg picks the ball up down the wing. We're going to come to Stacey next. A goal for Salty B.
Yeah, right on 20 minutes. Fabinho into Sensi, who plays Haaland through. Sancho plays Haaland through, and he no missing this time. Slots at home. It's 1-0 after 20 minutes to Salty.
Huge result, this one, to be honest, because again, it keeps him. He might not make it, but it keeps him in contention, and that's what it's all about at this point right now. You're waiting for potentially other people to slip up. Maybe Steve Hood might slip up. As you can see there, we've got the live table on Limo.
Saimaggio.
Maggio, the draw specialist, is on screen.
How many chances does Saimaggio need to score? It took about 4 attempts to get the cross in the box. Serge Aurier has one blocked, and then, well, that one was almost unmissable, but if anybody could miss, it would be one of Sai's players.
Wow, huge score there. Then it puts himself a goal up as we see Alice
Goal
Lukaku.
for JDFM.
JDFM with a goal. Let's have a quick look at that, shall we?
Gets back
Popping
to
over there.
1-1 against Hood. Goetzka on the ball, drops it to Beto, out wide left to Windell, who gets the cross in, and it's Martinez with a fairly lengthy header, and it's right in the corner, and the goalkeeper scrambles across, couldn't get there. It's back to 1-1.
It's a goal for FM Girl as well. Pau Torres might not be playing for Limo, but Ferran Torres is definitely playing for FM Girl. The ball's played through the middle, 1-on-1 with the keeper, slots it in. It's 2-1, and it's game on here. And also, having a look at the live score tables on Limo's stream, we currently have Hood Gaming sat third, and Salty B is into fourth position and in the qualifiers as it stands. Of course, there is plenty of time for those tables to change, results to change, but what a turnaround for Salty B.
Saimaggio.
There you go. Saimaggio's with a goal. We have a goal on the main screen as well. Sorry. We'll come to you in just a second, Lama. Ferran Torres makes it 2-2. Alice has come from 2 goals down, and Ferran Torres has been a great pick for her. This is his 3rd goal, I think, so far. But sorry, Lama, you take over there.
So we just reached half-time. Bruno Guimaraes thread a ball through to Tammy Abraham. Nice little dinked finish. 2-0 in the lead.
Excellent stuff. So it's... don't say it too loud for Saimaggio. He must be sat there thinking a draw is potentially on the cards at this point, being 2-0
I think he
up.
can get a point out of this game. I really do.
Well, we can dream, we can hope. Stacey, anything happening in your game at this point?
No, you came to me just as a corner there. We had a quite lengthy half time. Koza completely ripped up his tactic. It's about time, if you ask me. Probably too late. But he's gone 3 up top. He's gone all out attack. He knows he needs to get a win or two. But not much happening in the second half yet. We've only had one highlight.
Okay, excellent stuff. We've just gone to halftime in our main featured game. Kev, what about yourself? Whereabouts are we at with your game?
We're 10 minutes into the second half. There was a very good chance for Vlahovic a second ago for JDFM, who hit the woodwork and it came back out. Hood is dominating the XG, but not the chances, and it's still 1-1.
Excellent stuff.
2-1,
Goal.
sorry. It's
Goal
just a goal for
Bob.
Hood.
And we missed a goal for Hood. Okay, we'll come back in a second, but goal for Koza Stacey.
Bob's changes have worked straight away. He's got back into the game. It's 1-1. It's Victor Osimhen. Havertz played him through. I think Havertz is playing as a false 9 in a 3. He played Osimhen through, was on the right-hand side. Takes it by the keeper. It's 1-1.
Lovely stuff. A great goal. And we're just seeing the second goal for Hood on our screen now, Kev.
James to Maxi Gomez. I think it was the similar one in the first half for him, and it's worked again. Gomez slots it home for 2-1 to Hood.
Oh, I think it's a penalty.
3-2 to FM Girl on the main screen. Zabalai again. It's deflected up, and there's a header from Giovanni Reina, of all people. Puts it in, and we've got 55 minutes played, and it's 3-2. We've got a penalty for Koza Bob.
No, the other
It's
way.
Holland,
It's
sorry,
a
it's a goal
penalty
for
for it's a penalty for Salty B. Haaland steps up, slots it home on 60 minutes, half an hour to go. It's 2-1. Salty B.
Goal for Hood.
Goal for Hood, says Kev.
Again, it's the supply line of James primarily down the right-hand side. This time he gets a very long cross right the way to the other side of the box. It's headed back from Maxi Gomez, and Mendes, supporting the play from left fullback, gets in there and smashes the ball home, and it's 3-1 to Hood.
Goal,
3-1 to Hood.
Saimaggio.
It's 4-2 in the main fixture as well on the main screen. Van Dijk with the goal for Alice. Lama will come to you, sorry. No, we'll come to Stacey.
Oh, what a goal.
Lama, sorry,
Yeah,
Stacey
so
first.
it was a corner to Saimaggio, and the goal scorer was a player whose name I won't even give the credit of a mention to.
I'm going to quickly think about this. Okay, yeah.
The RSPCA know why.
Yeah. All games are on pause at this point, so this is brilliant TV for everybody.
We had an absolute wonder goal from Salty B, though, to make it 3-1. He literally had the possession of the ball. He was just knocking it around for about 4 minutes. Just little short passes, total domination of possession, and then Sensi just decides to hit it. 30 yards, bang, top corner. It's 3-1.
3-1 Salty B. That puts him absolutely in the reckoning right now, and he is now starting to bring players back. Even
Penalty
against
for
Kosovo, he doesn't
JDFM.
think. A penalty for JDFM. Okay, let's have a quick
Martinez is
look over
on
there
the
then.
spot. He smashes it home, and JDFM has pulled one back in 67 minutes. We're back to 3-2 to Hood over JDFM.
This is what we want, isn't it? This is the thing now. When teams have to really push for it and go for it. If you look at FM Girls stream here on the main screen, currently Limo is sat top, then JDFM, FM Girl, Hood Gaming, Salty B, Simaggio, Cozza Bob, and Port Shaughnessy at the bottom. I think we are.
Goal for
decent-
JDFM.
Oh, let's have a quick look then, shall we? Go to
He's
Kev.
come back. It's currently 3-3, 72 minutes in, and it's been paused by Steve Hood, but it's a combination of Sancho and Bissouma, I believe, that eventually broke down Hood again for a third goal for JDFM. We are still on the pause, unfortunately, so we're not seeing the replay just at the moment, but it's a really, really great game, this one. Lots of goals, lots of chances from both sides. They've played pretty well, and currently at 72 minutes, it's 3-3, and we're still not seeing that replay.
Yeah, well, we might come to it in a few minutes then if they
Here we go.
unpause. We've got coming on the screen, have we?
Yep.
Kev?
Yep, it's back. So it's Mukiele through to Sancho on the left-hand side, holds the play up, puts it back to the top of the 6-yard box, and it's Bissouma that powers it home from the top of the 6-yard box for 3-3.
Really, really powerful, to be honest. Kev, Lama, anything happening in your game at this point?
Yeah, so we've just reached full time. 3-0 win to Simaggio, but his 4 attacking midfielders, only Tammy Abraham has got above a 7 in a 3-0 win. This guy needs 10 chances to score 1 goal.
Yeah, and sadly you don't get 10 chances all the time, do you? Which is obviously why it's taken him till this point to get his first win of the tournament. So great news for Sai to actually get those points in the bag, but poor. Is it Shaughnessy you say, sorry there?
You've got a panel here for Cozza.
Penalty for Cozza Bob. Let's have a quick look there then.
It's
Go to
the goal.
Stacey's stream
It's
as we're going to
3-2.
get a goal for Anthony
Goal
just before
for
we
Hood.
crossed over there. It's a goal for Cozza Bob. It's 3-2 in the
3-2.
Salty B Cozza Bob match. Hood is now 4-3 up against JDFM, Kev.
Yep, a long free kick on the far side into the box. Giroud above everybody else, 4-3 to Hood.
Excellent stuff. And as we say there, Limo has pulled it back to 4-3 with a goal from Anthony. It was a ball that was cut back across the goal. Anthony just unmarked at the back post. So Limo is not wanting to let this unbeaten run go, which is good. And Alice is now looking. She's got a couple of players who are tired, but she still seems confident. 4-3. She's got 6 minutes to see out. Goal to JDFM, says Kev. Let's have another quick jump back on there because this is
going amazing.
4-4.
It's 4-4. It's Bissouma in midfield, intercepts the ball, drives over the halfway line, palms it off to Sancho on the left-hand side, through ball for Martinez, gets in front of goalkeeper, puts it into the near post when you expect him to potentially go to the far post, catches the goalkeeper out. It's back to 4-4 with 3 minutes to play.
4-4 with 3 minutes to play. I will make an apology if you've heard a sneeze on stream there. That's Mrs. J. She's just texted me to say sorry about that. Heard it back.
Goal for Hood.
Goal for Hood Gaming.
2 minutes after the equaliser from JDFM is a Hood build-up. Giroud involved, and Emery Chan puts it onto the left-hand side for Mendes, gets inside the box, isn't closed down quick enough, puts it right the way across to the other attacking fullback, and it's James that hooks the ball into the back of the net. And with a couple of minutes to play, Hood is 5-4 up.
A penalty. Limo has got a penalty. Alice has given away a penalty, I should probably say, rather than Limo has got a penalty. Alice looks distraught. It has been given. It's the 93rd minute. It looks like it's Lenormand who's the culprit. And it's going to be Limo stepping up, presumably DLC, I would imagine, to take the spot kick. It's a goal. It's 4-4. It's in fact Anthony who gets his second goal of the game. I think hat trick possibly. 4-4. Poor Alice looks distraught. Bless her. Llama, you're typing away. You finished in your game?
I was just sending a quick message to Sai Maggio there just to say, well done. I'm finally getting that
full
win.
Time. We just went full time. It's Salty B versus Cozza Bob as well. And second half was very stop-start. Cozza was just constantly changing things, but didn't work. 3-2, Salty B.
Full time.
3-2, Salty B. Full time in your game there, Kev?
It was a mad game. 5-4 in the end to Hood. It could have gone either way. Both teams had 20 plus shots at goal. Both teams had about 11 or 12 shots on target. Both teams were over like a 2.8 XG rating, I think it was. It was a brilliant watch. And eventually, just in the dying couple of minutes, Hood takes the win 5-4.
5-4. We just got the closing moments of this Limo Alice match. The stats have just come up. 4-4 we finished on the main game. Limo has an XG of 3.8. Alice has an XG of 3.07. It was all out war. And fortunately, a last minute penalty has undone Alice, and Limo has managed to keep himself unbeaten still. Final results for this week's games are JDFM versus Steve Hood, a 9-goal thriller, 5-4. Steve Hood won that one. A hat-trick from Martinez and a goal from Basuma. 2 goals from Gomez, 1 from Mendes, 1 from Giroud, and 1 from Reece James are good enough for Steve Hood to get the 3 points. Limo, hat-trick from Anthony and 1 from Kunde. Ferran Torres, I should say, got 2 goals for FM Girl, Giovanni Reina and Van Dijk. So that was 4-4. Salty B, 2 goals for Erling Haaland, and 1 from Sensi was enough to get him a 3rd victory of the tournament over Cozza Bob, who had Osserman and Jimenez with goals. Shaughnessy, unfortunately, again, as is all too often in this tournament, 0. Sai Maggio, 3. Serge Aurier, Tammy Abraham, and the cat kicker with the goals. So unfortunately, this is how the table looks if you are Shaughnessy.
Sorry, just reading in the chat there that
and Cozza Bob. Sorry, Stacey.
I'm sorry, I just had to say it. Mozza stepped in the chat that Shaughnessy is actually getting fired.
Shaughnessy's getting fired.
He's actually getting the sack. I think Mozza had to stop it.
So we've actually got the in-game editor being worked out right now. That's a shame. That's harsh for Shaughnessy. You know what I mean? Like he was unfortunate in a couple of matches, and then obviously it's just, as we said before, it's momentum manager sometimes. It's morale manager sometimes. Like it's not so much down to anything other than just keeping your players happy. We know this. So unfortunately, Shaughnessy, I'm sure we'll see you again soon at some point. You do have one more match to how to go, but not a great timeout, unfortunately, for him. We also say goodbye to Cozza Bob and Sai Maggio, who can't qualify at this point as well. Cozza Bob has managed to get a win, though, and Sai Maggio has managed to get a win. But still in with the hunt, Salty B, FM Girl, and Steve Hood. It's going to come down to those 3. It's going to be 2 from 3 in the last games. Of course, Limo and JD have confirmed their spot in the playoffs. Limo, the only unbeaten contestant in this week's tournament. Let's have a quick look at the goal scorers list. It's always interesting to see because it's switched. Anthony now has 5.
The sneaky
That hat trick in his last match has done him wonders. Erling Haaland, who's a fraud by all accounts, has 5. Lautaro Martinez has 5. Gomez has 5. Beto has 4, as does Calvert-Lewin and Lukaku. And Ciro Immobile has 3 goals for Shaughnessy. I think they're the only goals Shaughnessy scored, and they've all come from Immobile. So that's quite interesting. I think we now look at the final fixtures. For some of these managers, this can't come soon enough, but For everyone else, we can have a quick little look at what we're going to be looking at in the last match. Kev, you're going to be looking after JDFM and Limo, if you don't mind. I'm sure that'll be a quiet night in the library down there. Summer, you've got Koza Bob versus Simaggio. The featured match is going to be Salty B versus FM Girl. The winner takes it all.
Yeah.
Whoever wins qualifies. Notice we say wins because, of course, it will be on head-to-heads. And Shaughnessy versus Llama is... Shaughnessy versus Steve Hood is Llama's match. Hood is currently leading 1-0 in these head-to-head matches. So, Llama, with that in mind, Shaughnessy, can he get it? Can he get a point? Can he get a point? Because we don't want to see him go away empty-handed, do we?
It's difficult for him. His chat was saying Shaughnessy out after game 4. He started the game against Sai really well. He had 5 shots, 4 on target. If he could have scored, it could have been different, but he just doesn't look like he's got goals in this team.
He doesn't, and that is a problem, to be honest. If you're not scoring goals, you need to be keeping them out, and he's not doing that either, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately not. And Steve's going to be playing 3 up front, I'd guess, this game. It could be another difficult one.
And again, Steve needs to make sure he absolutely qualifies as well, so he'll be going all out there. Summer, Koza Bob versus Simaggio, a bit of a nothing match, to be honest. Nothing really to ride on it, but
I feel for Sai though. How many draws has he had? It was just that little bit extra, you know. So he's unfortunate. I'd say he's frustrated. Koza Bob has been entertaining. His tactical decisions are a bit out there. I don't understand the pulling players back when you're going to go down. He seems he must know what he's doing, but it's not working for him. So yeah, it's a bit of a nothing match, but I think Sai will take this one.
Be interesting that Sai, who needs multiple chances to score goals, and Koza Bob, who doesn't really like scoring goals, to be honest. Kev, you've got what we would argue is probably the pick of them from a neutral perspective. JD versus Limo. Should be goals all over the shop here.
So it'll be 0-0 then. Thanks for that, Tony. I really appreciate it. But what I would say is at this point, surely, if you're Limo, more than anything else, you would not want to give up that top spot and that the potential to try and push as hard as you can for trying to get a good spot in the playoff finals. He's not going to beat Breezy, I don't think, at this point in terms of being the top of the qualifiers potentially. But it's still got enough on this game for them both to want to give it absolutely everything they've got one more time and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, it must be worth definitely reminding that as well. Yes, 18 points was what Breezy got in last week's tournament, and this is the match which is going to decide it all. Salty B, the debutant, has come to the point where he lost his first 2 games, but he's now in with a shout of getting through. Everyone picked him. People said, he's going to be in there. His squad's good. He's already had the goalkeeper issue where we had an unknown goalkeeper get injured. Yeah. We did say we'd be looking out for goalkeeping injuries. We had Jed Steer came in and played a couple of matches. And of course, FM Girl is out for revenge, redemption. She's going to have to do it without Van Dijk and without Castrovilli. That is huge news. If you've got Erling Haaland firing at this point and there's no Van Dijk, it's going to be tough for FM Girl at this point. Kev, you've got your hand, and Biragi as well, I'm just hearing as well, is not in there either. So that is that's going to be a tough one for FM Girl. Kev, you already got your hand on your face with your confused thoughts.
No, I was looking purely at the current suspensions, and there are so many of them. So these last fixtures can go any way in all of these 4 fixtures because there's a load of players out through injury and suspension. This has kind of thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, I think, for this one. Who knows what these results are going to throw up?
Absolutely. And we go into the final games. Alice looks pretty chilled, to be honest. I think she's going to be seeing what. So let's have a quick look there. Looks like she's got Toure, Sula is in, and Timber look like the replacements for Castrovilli, Van Dijk, and Biragi. Llama, anything at your game that's standing out?
Well, look, I would just say, I don't know how many people we got watching right now, but I'm watching Shaughnessy in the final game. open up a second web browser, get into Shaughnessy's chat, give him a nice little message and give him a nice little follow.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely. And please, of course, do also follow all the competitors as well. We are putting their names in the chat as we're going through. So please do offer the support. They have been fantastic and representing themselves and us fantastically well. Summer, any pre-match information for your teams?
Well, Joaquin starts, the 40-year-old, just behind the front two strikers. Sai's pretty much gone with what he's going with, I think. Koza just kind of went in with what was ever. I think he's kind of given up. But Sai is still going for this. So we've just kicked off.
Excellent stuff. And Kev, finally to yourself, anything to report at base camp?
There are changes afoot because there have to be, because there's injuries and suspensions around the place. I think both are basically going to play as you would expect them to play, really, because it's got them this far. We'll see what comes out on top.
Sounds like gung-ho, doesn't it? But as you say, it could well end up 0-0. On the main screen, we have our first highlight. Alice with a throw-in. Good ball through, and she's gone close. She's gone very close to taking an early lead there, which, this match has definitely got so much riding on it. So much riding on it. Lama, your match, maybe not so much.
No, we just got our first highlight of the game. Again, Shaughnessy's made a great start, lots of shots, but it's actually Hood that's got the higher XG. He's coming forward now. I'm fearing for Shaughnessy. I think Hood's just won a penalty.
Should we jump onto that screen to have a little look, shall we, and see
for
who we are?
Limo.
It is a penalty. Should we jump to Kev or wait and see what this happens here? Yeah, goal for Limo.
Brilliant
He's
work.
giving it big ones already.
Yeah, it's goal as well for Hood Gaming. Dembele scores from the spot.
Brilliant work for Porro down the right-hand side. Bellingham in on the hook on the cross into the 6-yard box, and it's 1-0 for Limo.
Yeah, I think Bellingham's been a good pick for Limo, to be honest. He's been in amongst the goals a few times in this tournament so far. And then, as you said, a goal for Dembele in the Shaughnessy match that Lama's watching against Hood. So that puts Hood firmly in charge in the playoffs. Sorry, goal for Koza Bob.
Yeah, it's a long ball over the top by Joaquin, straight through to Victor Osman, who just takes a bite around the keeper and slots it home. But what a pass from Joaquin, the 40-year-old, pulling the strings. 1-0 Koza Bob.
It's a great ball on the top, and he scored so many goals. In fact, he just dinks it over the keeper, doesn't he? Keeper comes charging out.
Nice.
Goal for Limo.
A goal for Limo, says Kev.
It's this player that I've never heard of, Tagliafico, down the left-hand side, hooks the ball over the top into so much space, and Mukoko gets on the end of it and drives towards the goalkeeper, comes out, tries to close the space down, dinks it over the top of him, and it's 2-0 to Limo with 12 minutes played.
Yeah, so much for 0-0, eh? You're not getting out of it that easily. And Salty B is currently sat 4 minutes in, looking at his tactics against Alice. This is going to be a game of chess. I think it's obviously probably too predictable to refer to. He's gone back to that 4-3-3 with the DM formation.
Goal for Limo.
Oh, God.
Goal for Limo.
It's incredible. 19 minutes in, they've both had similar amounts of shots on goal, but Limo has just put his away. It's simple as. Neves drops it back to Bellingham. Calvert-Lewin involved. Mukoko. Anthony eventually drives into the box, slots it past the goalkeeper. We are 3-0 up for Limo over JDFM, and there's only 20 minutes been played.
Goal, Shaughnessy!
Yes!
Goal!
Stop the presses. Stop the presses. Raspadori. Is it deserved?
Beautiful moment as well. Beautiful moment. And he's on top. He's coming forward again. He still thinks he can qualify. Hood's defence is terrified.
Well, we've gone back to we're on 64 minutes at this point now with Salty and FM Girl. We're now looking at the change of set pieces. I think Alice is thinking that normally she would be fine with someone like Van Dijk to aim towards.
Penalty for JDFM.
A penalty to JDFM. Let's go have a look at that.
Sancho gets taken down in the box. Vlahovic on the spot for JDFM. Steps up, sets up left-footed, puts it home, and we're back to 3-1. It's still only 22 minutes on the clock. It's an amazing game so far for that short a time.
3-1. We've got a dancing llama. We've got a dancing llama, and it's a goal for Shaughnessy.
Let's have a look over the top. Ciro Immobile. This result was never in doubt. We've all backed him all night. He's finally delivering.
Sending
Fantastic.
off.
Wow.
We've had a sending off for Limo.
Goal for FM Girl, possible offside in 2 seconds. It's been given. It's a goal for FM Girl. She takes the lead against Salty B. It's a goal from Konza. Hits it from distance, and then Pookie turns it back in. It's Gio Reyna again at the near post. Sorry, Stacey, there's a goal from yourself there.
You're grand. I thought you said goal there for Koza. Ward-Prowse got a set piece. He's banged it in about 25 yards. It's 2-0. Koza. Sai is suffering.
Goal, Hood Gaming, Alexander Isak from a corner.
Oh, Shaughnessy, it was so close. It was so close.
We've still got 25 minutes to go. Let's not count him out. He's making some changes. Tied at 2-2.
Tied at 2-2. Excellent. Okay, let's see what we've got. Salty B has changed formation again. He's now onto a 4-2-3-1. I think this was maybe his fourth formation I've seen him use in this tournament so far. He looks... I'm not sure if he looks methodical or whether he looks like he's just sort of hoping that what he's doing is right. He's clicking a lot of buttons, but we shall see. Kev, anything happening in your game right now, or are you happy enough with 3-1?
Not a lot. I mean, lots has been going on. Limo got a player sent off. Bellingham, who we talked about being influential for him, got sent off for a stupid challenge. And he's actually, Limo has got a goal. He's just got a goal from Mukoko on the far side. Even though he's down to 10 men, he's gone 4-1 up. It's a mental game, this one. 36 minutes gone, 4-1 to Limo.
Limo running riot. Great ball over the top there, Mukoko. And look at that for a finish. Absolutely superb stuff. Stacey, you've got a goal over in your game.
Yeah, straight away to start of the second half. Sai Majo's actually managed to pull one back. It's Tammy Abraham, a long ball over the top. He just again brings it by the keeper and slots it home. 2-1, nearly the whole of the second half to go.
Excellent. So we may come to that one in the end.
Goal!
We shall see.
Oh, Shaughnessy!
He's done it. He's done it. Excellent. So
he's
by
got
Shaughnessy
the ball on
shirts.
the edge of the box. It's Mikalenko, the left back. It eventually comes to Nkunku. He turns, he swivels, he feints. And then it looks like it's Zambo Anguilese. No, it's not. It's Lamborda that's got the goal.
Oh, do the Lamborda. Everyone's going to be doing that.
Sai Majo.
Goal, Stacey, Sai Majo.
Yeah, he's got it back. It's 2-2, straight from a corner, whipped in by Bruno Fernandes, and Tammy Abraham gets his head on it. It's 2-2.
2-2. Tammy Abraham with the header, and Kev has got another goal.
Please tell me how this works, because Limo's got a fifth goal. It's a long sweeping ball across. Anthony drops it down to Mukoko, but Limo is 5 goals to the good off a 0.9 XG rating. It's been amazing to watch, and I think JDFM at this point just has no clue what's going on.
Speaking of people who've got no clue what's going on, Salty B is clicking everything he can possibly find on screen at this point. He's a goal down. He's got 13 minutes. He needs to do something, but at the same time, he also just needs to trust what's got him to this point right now. And I think you can over-tinker and overthink. He needs a goal, but there's so many instructions and so many different things going on that I think the players might be confused. It looks like we've got a Shaughnessy party going on with Llama. Am I right?
We are staying up. Say we are staying up. He's won it 3-2 against Hood. Finally, his strikers are taking their chances. Goals to Raspadori, Immobile and Laborde. 3-2. What a performance for a man who must have known he was out from game 5 and he still put it in the last game.
We always believed in Shaughnessy, so it's nice to see him putting the result in now. And it looks like Salty's coming forward, headed away by Alice, and it's cleared, and she's on the ascendancy. No, it's intercepted again. Ball's coming forward.
Slow down.
Oh, it's cut away. We're going to come to you in a second, Stacey, as Lukaku's through. He buries it in the bottom corner. And with that, has Salty B's hopes of promotion to the playoffs come to an end. Lukaku doing what Lukaku can do. We know he's potentially runs hot and cold, but that was just everything you need, really. Picks the ball up deep, runs at the defense, and then smashes the ball at the bottom corner. And at the minute, as things stand, FM Girl is going through along with Hood Gaming. Kev, anything happening? Has Limo now made it 9, 10, 11 mil? Or
It's been very, very quiet in the second half. They used all it up in the first half. It's 10 minutes to go, so you can see the second half has flown by.
Lukaku has made it 3. Sorry, Kev, to talk over the top of you. Lukaku has made it 3-0 to FM Girl, and that should probably put it past Salty B now. All those changes, all those tactical instructions, Alice just left everything alone by the looks of it and just did her football, and that's what it comes down to. It's looking very much like Alice is about to go into the playoffs, and thoroughly deserved, heartfelt for Salty B. He's done everything possible. He's done a fantastic performance and really good showing of himself, but it's just that little stretch too far at this point. Stacey, any update on your game?
Oh, you've come to me just as it's cleared off the line. It was nearly a goal for side. It's still 2-2 here. We've spent a lot of time in Cozza Bob's tactics where he's just doing absolutely random stuff. He's trying to get a win here, but he's dragged his front line back. He's instructed his goalkeeper to slow it down. 2-2, 10 minutes left.
Goal to Limo.
I still don't know how he's done it. 6 goals from a 1.6 XG rating now. Kunde nicks the ball in defense, puts it into Neves. Long ball over top. Mukoko takes it brilliantly down and then slots it past the goalkeeper. Limo 6-1 up, and he's been playing with 10 men for about an hour. It's been amazing to watch.
That's Mukoko probably putting himself in the goal-scoring charts as well at this point, isn't it? And he's only played about 2 games, so incredible stuff from Limo, and the full-time whistle looks like it's just gone there at that moment. Llama, have we had the full-time whistle in the Hood Gaming Shaughnessy match?
Yeah, a couple of days ago.
Stacey, anything from you?
We were sitting watching Cozza Bob making changes again. We've just got going. There's 10 minutes left. He's making crazy decisions. I think he goes a goal down and he panics, if you ask me, because the decisions have not helped. They've compounded every mistake he's made. And there you go. There's the goal. There's Tammy Abraham. Sai Majo, he's gone 3-2 up. But that's straight away after Cozza Bob spending 10 minutes making changes. He's done this for the whole tournament and he's conceded goals nearly every time afterwards. I don't know why he hasn't stopped.
And again, classic Saimajo needs 2 chances to put away a one-on-one.
Yeah, he hit the post. Well. He hit the post from an open goal and got the rebound. Tammy Abraham at his finest.
Yeah, but it's a shame. It's a terrible bit of bad fortune from the defender, but the keeper just doesn't come out quick enough, does he, to close it down?
And Cozza Bob, just to rub salt in confirm his changes after the goal. He spent 10 minutes doing it.
Oh. That's the worst, isn't it? When you spend all that time and you're like, it's not even mattered.
It didn't even happen. But last couple of minutes of the game, there's 7 minutes left. It's 3-2 Sai Majo. And it's the first time I've watched Sai, and it looks like his tactic is he's created a lot of chances, but they're not finishing them. I think maybe that's the lack of a centre forward, a goal scorer. You're making the chances. But here we go. Tammy Abraham's in again. This is his 4th of the game. Oh, he's hit the post, an open goal again, 2nd time in a row. But that time he didn't get the rebound. So Sai Majo seems to have to play 1-2s with the goalposts to actually score, which is quite difficult. There's a red card now for Sai.
Oh, so it's another change that Sai has to make. I think Moz is calling him out that he's Ranieri.
Well, it's actually Moz is doing a hell. Sai tinkers as well, but the both of them have tinkered their way through this game. It looks like they're just overreacting to everything, I think, because every time Cozza changes, he concedes a goal. But we're just playing out the last couple of minutes now. It could go either way. You could get a goal for Sai, you could get a goal for Cozza Bob. It's a crazy game.
I mean, Sai Majo's XG is like 5.3.
That's what I mean. Cy Majo's formation. This is the first time I've watched him chance after chance after chance. But I think he needs people up front to be putting these chances away. They're running in and they're half chances. They're not good quality chances he's making because he doesn't have an out and out striker. They're running onto them. So I think he's creating lots, but there's not a lot of quality in the chances he's creating.
Yeah,
so
Stacey, I watched him 4 games earlier, and it was the same in every single one. And he's playing Tammy in the number 10 role.
There we
Tammy's
go.
not taking the chances.
Joaquin's got the equaliser.
The 40-year-old Joaquin has covered himself in glory in this. He's as good as Morton Gams Pedersen, if you ask me. He's just scored another goal. But he might just snatch a 3-3 draw here for Kozabov because it's injury time equaliser. Joaquin on the volley. Sissoko crosses it in. Joaquin first time on the volley. Goal 3-3, and that'll probably be enough to get him to draw.
But
He's gone back into the tactics. We're 95 and a half minutes. The game's over, guys. No, it's not. He's going to go. He made a change and he got another chance. And in injury time, he's snatched the win with Yeboah. Similar. 4-3 Kozabov.
Sai looks sick as the proverbial chip. This is like...
Oh, it's another goal on the volley. Very similar goal. Sissoko with the cross again, and this time it's Yeboah on the end of it, and he does the exact same finish as Joaquin on the volley first time. 4-3, Kozabov takes the win.
Unbelievable.
Look at Cy Majo's XG. The guy needs to get himself some forwards. 5.3, 30 shots, 16 on target, and he's lost the game. And
Kozabov scored 4 goals. How's that even happened?
Great game, very entertainment. It wasn't really for anything, but Cy is just looking so angry. He's not a happy camper.
He's played well all night. He's played well in every single game.
Yeah.
His strikers have let him down. Maybe
you can see the frustration in his face. I'd say he's sitting there going, if I played these games again, I'd fancy myself to qualify. He's been really unlucky, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. What a huge result for Kozabov there. 4-2. Sorry, 3-2 down with the 90th minute ticking
Injury
on,
time.
and then he wins 4-3. These are the final results, and some wild results, to be honest. JDFM versus Limo in the battle for the top. Limo takes the title 6-1 with 10 men against JDFM.
Here's a stat to check, Tony, as well, that I just heard in Shaughnessy's stream. Has JDFM come second but conceded the second amount of goals?
Probably that will get everyone to double check that in the stats truck, but I think that goal there for Lima would definitely be part of it, because he has let a lot of goals in, hasn't he?
Well, he leaked 5 and 3 threes, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely been letting a leaky defence in, but 4 goals from Mokoku, that's probably put him up near the top of the goal scoring ranks right now.
I want to see who the top goal scorer is. Might be a bargain pick up there.
Anthony's got another one. Bellingham's got another one. Vlahovic got the goal for JD. Kozabov got the 3 points there against Cy Majo. Tammy Abraham with a hat trick, but it was all in vain. Osserman, Ward-Prowse, Joaquin, and Yeboah with the late goals. Salty B, so close. Unfortunately, he had a cracking second half of the tournament. Unfortunately, he's lost 3-0 to FM Girl. Giovanni Reina and 2 for Lukaku puts FM Girl through. Salty B, unfortunately, doesn't make it. But the big news in this match is Shaughnessy picks up his first win of the tournament. We say it's ever too late, and it's never too late to get your first win, but he beat Steve Hood. Huge result there, 3-2 goals from Raspadori, Immobile and Laborde, cancelling out goals from Dembele and Isaac from Steve Hood. So let's have a quick look at the final table.
The chat are saying we're muted.
Oh, sorry. There you go. We're apparently muted. We're back now. So welcome. Can confirm all that's good. This is the league table. Limo is the top of the table there, 17 points. I say goal difference of 14. FM Girl has managed to get herself up there, 13 points. JD slipped to third, also with 13 points, and worryingly, a goal difference of nothing, despite winning 4 matches and only losing 2. Steve Hood makes it through in 4th place. As we say, it's about qualifying. It's not about winning at this point. He made it difficult for himself. 3 wins, 2 draws, 2 defeats, 11 points. Unfortunately, Salty B gave it us all. Welcome in, Salty B. Appreciate the raid. Shaughnessy as well. Appreciate the raid. A pleasure to have you in. Limo, of course, has raided in as well. Simaggio has raided in. It's lovely to see everybody. Well done to everyone who's competed. Please do drop a follow on everyone who has taken part in tonight's contest. They've made it an absolutely wonderful occasion. As I say, unfortunately, Salty B just missed out on the last match there. Cozza Bob picking up a win towards the end in the nothing derby between him and poor Simaggio, who I don't know how he's managed to do that. He's snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. And then Shaughnessy got himself his first win of the tournament right at the death there. So yeah, well played to everybody. We are going to have a quick look at the goal scorers, because of course, as I say, the charts make for some very interesting reading. The goals have been flying in, and I don't think we would have predicted this at the start of the tournament. Anthony with 6.
We did predict it, Tony.
With 6. You predicted Erling Haaland was a fraud with 5.
And Anthony.
Martinez
No,
with
we
5.
predicted Anthony.
Gomez with 5. Beto, Immobile, and Calvert-Lewin with 4. So we've gone full circle. We had it where we had a bit of a mixture of goal scorers, but we've gone back to all strikers again with goals, and most of those goal scorers play for Limo. And we are going to speak to the king of the Scouse house right now. He's dancing away. He's having an absolutely wonderful time. Limo, welcome. First of all, congratulations on absolute dominance.
I mean, absolutely love that tournament. I love the playoffs. I've always said I love the playoffs. It's one of the best tournaments for me in this community. And, you know, to just come in, and I've been criticised for using the 4-4-2 constantly, consistently. And, you know, I stuck with it today. And it paid off. And it was just that first game, I was shocked that 5-0 win. I was like, whoa, hang on, what's going on here? Like, this is good. And then I went into the second game, won that 3-0, and then it was like, hang on a sec, this is looking good. 6 points, this is what I want. Because I was saying to Steve Hood before, the likes of Steve and JD and FM Gale, Alice, you know, I've played them before and I know what they're about, and I thought it was really important for me to get those early points with these guys that I've not played with it, like much within the community, and come up against them, getting that 9 points and then going down to 10 men in the third game, just holding out. It was like, this is happening, you know, 9 points, and I was like, yes, come on, let's go. And then Kev, Tagliafico, you know, little screamer in the first game. Let's go. And then it's just, you know what, we were just having fun. The team, they were young, they were quick, you know, they had that work rate, and that's what it was about. And that's why I specifically drafted those players this time round. I really put thought into it. Not that I don't normally, but I just went for a couple of different players that I ordinarily pick. And I thought, let's have some pace, let's have some determination, let's have some grit, let's have some grind, let's go for it. And it paid off, and then we absolutely went loco with Makoko in the last game, getting himself 4 goals.
This is the thing. I think people were saying in the draft that, and again, it's been leveled at you previously, that you said there, the 4-4-2, like, everyone knows what they get with Limo. And I always say, like, you know what you get, but you still have to defend against it, right? You know, like it still works. Like you know exactly how to do this stuff. So people know roughly what to expect when you draft as well. You like a certain type of player. People were saying on the draft that it wasn't your best draft, but you would look at that and that's probably suggests that we know nothing, right?
Do you know what? I could draft that team again and play tomorrow, and do you know what? It might not go as well. It is what it is. I think that particular player pool, that those players that I had within that squad, they just absolutely bounced off each other. You know, Anthony was absolutely amazing. You know, Stacey knows the script with Anthony, and he come up and he done the job, and you know those crosses coming in, he was there at the back post. He was just played a proper winger poacher role. It was, and then obviously Moukoko and DCL got a few goals, and I got criticised for picking him. Got criticised for picking Neves from my first pick, but I knew what I wanted, and. You know, I might be predictable, but the predictability sometimes is a little bit of fear because people know what they're coming up against. But I'm always consistent with it, and I think this time round I really got the right players for the right roles in that formation, the 4-4-2, and I just loved it. I loved playing against the guys. You know, it was amazing. Some really, really top guys in this draft tonight, and it was amazing to go through undefeated as well. And like I said, I love the playoffs, and I can't wait to bring this wrath to the playoffs.
Mate, I love the energy. I genuinely love the energy. I think you've been absolutely fantastic. And as I say, to go completely undefeated is an absolute talent. Stacey, do you want to ask any questions?
We love Limo. We all want to go to Limo land.
Let's go to Limo land, baby.
Don't be listening to any of that. I said from the start that I loved your draft. Your draft was young and full of energy. I loved it, and I loved the Anthony picks. And you had the Chukwueze, the Nigerian guy, to back him up. Just as good. Anthony has bags of goals in him. I loved your draft from the start. I was the only one picked you, Limo. The only one had any faith in you.
I love it. See, someone back me. But you know what? Good job there, the panel and everyone that's been involved. Like, just you come up with these people and you talk to them and chat, and just done a fantastic group of people, and it's just really good to be a part of it. And like I said, playoffs is mine, and I'm coming back. It's #3mo this time round. Let's go.
Excellent stuff. Lama, do you want to ask a question here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, congratulations, because I'm one of the ones that didn't pick you to go.
Cheers, mate. Yeah.
I just thought everybody had such a strong draft. I thought,
yeah, they did. You're right.
300 million in the player pool gave everybody a chance. You had so many good performances tonight, but going forward, if it's the same budget and the same player pool, is there anybody that disappointed you tonight and you maybe wouldn't draft next time?
Do you know what? I was looking at my stats. I think I said it to JD. I subbed Bordeaux out because he was injured. Every player had over a 7 average rating. Every single player in the starting 11. And I think it just shows how well that group of players played together and how well they fitted in. And would I draft anyone differently? Probably wouldn't have picked Brandon Williams, not going to lie. For 4 minutes into his debut, that's a way to impress.
Well, we did say he was a red card.
Yeah,
we did say Brandon was the red card.
but you know what? It is. I enjoyed it. I think arguably people drafted a lot stronger. I've always been one of them. You won't see me drafting your Messis and your Haalands and your Mbappes. I'm a bit like what Hood done there. I'm more of a let's get an all-round squad, because you never know what's going to happen. You need to have a bit of balance, and I think that paid off tonight. And the players that come in and done a job when the first 11 weren't available got me through it. And I think the 10 men. The 10 men win 1-0 was a grind out, really grinded that win out, and then obviously coming back against Sai, I think Lama may have mentioned it. Might have been Kev actually. I was 3-2 down at half time, and I dropped me the 2 midfielders back into the DM role and the Roman playmaker, because he was playing the striker, so I wanted to try and counteract it, but it wasn't working. So I pushed them back to where they were, and then I got the equaliser, and that was it.
No, fantastic stuff. Kev, do you want to wrap it up? Any final questions for Limo?
Oh, Limo.
Tagliafico chat, possibly?
Here's my thing, right? Here's my thought. This evening, I've learned one very, very key thing. And the thing that I've learned this evening is that my job as a panelist and a pundit on these things is to make myself in one evening look as stupid as it's possibly to look. And I achieved it really well this evening. I went against you. I didn't back you. I didn't back your picks. I didn't back your squad. But here's my question, because you were magnificent all evening long. But what's the thing that you managed to achieve here? Did you use yoga? Did you use meditation? Did you use sedative on Tagliafico?
Buzz right.
There you go. Perfect. You were magnificent, my friend.
Cheers, guys.
Long,
Thank you very
and I
much.
will never, ever not back you ever again.
Cheers, guys. Really appreciate it.
Stuff.
Thank you so
Limo,
much.
it's always a pleasure, man. Congratulations on
Take
you.
it easy.
We'll see you back in the playoffs in a
Come
couple
on.
of weeks.
Tesco bags.
And Limo has been and obviously raised the roof a little bit. But Steve Hood, you must be quite happy managing to get yourself in there. Before we say hello, sorry, a little thank you and a hello to Alice's Raid for just coming in there. But yeah, Steve, you left it late.
Yeah. Good job I drafted that deep squad, eh? Yeah, it was interesting. Couple of injuries right off the bat. But yeah, it was a good job I drafted that deep squad, because I definitely needed it this evening. But yeah, luckily got through, and I'm sorry for everyone who's disappointed that I didn't give Sean no victories or 0 points. But it's what it is. We go through, and I'll see you guys on the Sunday.
I think that's what it's all about, though, isn't it? Like we've said in the chat tonight and on the show, tonight isn't about winning. I know Limo's obviously delighted that he's won, but tonight is just about qualifying, and the hard work starts next time in the playoffs. And you are a known quantity when it comes to the playoffs. You draft well. You know your PvP inside out. As I say, looking at that squad again, we've spoken many times. You always draft with purpose and intent, I think. And how much of a blow? And I think I know the answer to this because I know who you drafted as a backup. But how much was a blow was losing Reece James when you did at that time? Because you weren't looking really confident going forward, and then losing a big player like Reece James. Obviously, you had to bring Dest in.
Yeah, it was one of those things, right? Like I had an injury after the first game. Zagadou was out for 4 weeks. He was one of my key set piece threats, being 6'5" with loads of jumping reach. So he got injured. Haller got injured. DePaul got injured. And then when Reece James goes, I'm like, oh my goodness! Like there's not really much you could do at that point. I was like, oh, it's not going to be my night. But luckily got to a point, and then slowly eased him back in to a game against Salty where he got 2 assists. Then against JD got 2 assists and a goal. So there's a reason why I like him. So yeah, he's a great player. I love Reece James. Works really well in this system as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Stacey, any questions that you want to put towards Steve?
Hey, Steve, well done. Skin your teeth.
Yeah, completely, 100%. But yeah,
I think I got to watch a couple of your games, and it seemed I watched it twice, and it seemed like the three up top was struggling for a while. You were struggling for goals, and then Emery Chan. Have you anything to say about him in the games I watched?
Oh, he's phenomenal, isn't he? Like even in the game against Sean, he had to play right wing back because everybody else was suspended. In that game I had Reece James and Nuno Mendes suspended, so Dest had to play on the left.
Yeah.
So then I was like, right, well, Emre Can, I guess you've been fantastic all night. You've been actually a good goal threat from central midfield.
He scored some goals, didn't he?
Yeah, some absolute crackers. He scored a lovely goal against Limo right into the stanch, but nobody could stop Limo tonight. He was absolutely brilliant. And
unbelievable. So do you think it was your injuries that maybe hampered you getting the forwards firing? Maybe they weren't getting the service?
I always say in these competitions, you need to win your first game, and if you win your first game and your goal scorers get off to a good start, you're probably going to have a good time. And it just didn't really happen for me tonight in that respect. But for me, I felt like I scored enough. I just conceded too many. Which will be something I'll work on. I'm actually already running a test right now. We never stop, do we? We never stop. But,
well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, we would expect nothing less at all, Steve. Llama, impressed or areas of improvement for Steve?
Well, areas improvement for the behind the scenes stuff, I think, because I'm still waiting for that graphic to come back on screen where we look at who picked out Emre Can as their key pick. I mean, I'll just leave that with the editors. That Steve, when we chatted earlier in the week, you thought that you were going to have a good draft. You were confident, you knew that you wanted a deep squad.
Yep.
But you did mention to me a little note of caution about your tried and tested system because it hadn't performed as well in your last couple of draft tournaments. Did it perform well enough for you tonight for you to stick with it going forward?
Yeah, other than trying to tighten it up a little bit, I don't think I'll do much. In the last tournament that I was in, which was obviously the Super League, I wasn't scoring enough from open play. I think I scored enough this evening, but I conceded too many silly goals, really. Going back to the draft, when I drafted the keeper that I had, who had a 6.0 in the first game, chucked one in the net and just was awful, takes me back to the draft where I was like, do I pick him or do I spend an extra 15 million and get Donnarumma? I now wish I got Donnarumma. So, but then obviously I wouldn't have had as deep a squad to call on when I needed it. So I feel like I made the right decision. As we said, it was all about qualification tonight. And as I said, luckily I got there by the skin of my teeth.
And you did it. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just say it's all about balance. Kev, any final thoughts?
Yeah, congratulations on getting through, Steve. Really great. It was a little bit of a quiet evening for you in a lot of ways. We backed you big time at the beginning of the evening to go through. Is there any form of benefit, do you think, of being just a slightly bit more quiet than maybe others would perceive you to be normally going into the playoffs later in a couple of weeks' time? Is there any benefit to that? Not maybe being one of the on-form players? Do you think you can pull a surprise in the finals? Potentially.
I mean, obviously, there's going to be people talking about Breezy. There's going to be people talking about Limo, who obviously won their qualification campaign. I think Murph FM had a fantastic qualification last week as well. It's one of those for me. Like I beat Johnny, I beat Alice. They went through as well, so that gives me a little bit of something to fall back on. But I'll happily take being an underdog. I don't know if you've announced the other people in the tournament just yet, but I'm sure they'll bring something interesting as well. So looking forward to it.
Brilliant.
We haven't announced them yet, but we might do it a little bit later. Who knows? Good
job. I said the right thing there, isn't it?
You did. Yeah. But no, Steve, a pleasure as always. And I say best of luck for the playoffs itself in a couple of weeks. We will show you quickly who the qualifiers actually are. Let's get that all confirmed, shall we? So here we are. It is Tim Lewis, Dupe, Murph FM, M Breezy, Limo, JDFM, FM Girl, and as you've just seen there, Hood Gaming. So that is who's qualified from our two qualifiers. So that is pretty good going, I think. What do we think? Yeah. Anyone sort of jumping out there for you, Kev? You'd be looking to put your neck on?
I'm never going to back against Limo ever again.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Llama, anything from yourself?
Well, how are we even meant to call this yet? Because we don't know who these mystery entrants are going to be. That's just going to throw a whole new dimension on it.
Doesn't matter.
Well, we're talking mystery entrants. Should we do a mystery entrant?
Go on.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if the production truck can sort something out, shall we?
Good luck to them.
Just going to give them a second, just while we go through. Oh! Would you look at that? Ooh. Confirmed entrants are Mozza Plays and former champion and Streamer Showdown former champion McKins.
Wow.
Exciting.
Wow. Yeah.
Exciting. Very exciting, because that's not everybody announced either. But that's all you're getting for now. Stacey?
Little teaser. I'm still going with Limo. Limo, riding the Limo land train all the way. He's winning it.
Well, say that. You know what? Based after tonight's performance, it's fair to say that Limo's potentially in there, to be honest. So we've got a couple of things we do. Can we make sure, by the way, that we're following everybody who has, of course, performed tonight in part of the tournament? We have been putting it in the chat and dropping their socials through the conversation, but we'll do a little bit of a thank you to yourselves as panelists for joining us.
Can we not see the top goal scorers?
We've already seen the top goal scorers.
Have we? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. We saw that was ages ago. We did all that ages ago. Watch it back. You can watch back on the VOD if anyone's interested. You can watch the VOD.
Reveling in my Anthony pick
for stats and confirmation of who is the top goal scorer. It was Anthony, in case anyone's interested. So, Stacey, do you want to plug yourself, plug your Twitch stream, plug your social media?
Twitch.tv/Summer Says, and on Twitch, obviously, and at Summer Says on Twitter as well. You'll find me there.
Excellent stuff. Llama, how about yourself? Where can we find you?
You'll find me over on the Red Brand doing videos Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you're one of my followers, look out for a channel update tomorrow. Big announcement.
Ooh.
Big announcements. We're all about big announcements over here. So do make sure you do that. Kev, can we get your information as well, please?
Yep, you can find me at the United City FM, both on Twitter and on Twitch, where you'll find me every weekday afternoon, 3 till 5 p.m. Come and join me. Come and say hi.
Absolutely. Please do come and say hello to everybody. Please make sure you also follow the FM Playoffs channel here, and it's the FM Playoffs on Twitter as well. I'm going to plug myself while I'm here. I'm Tony Jameson on Twitter. I'm Tony Jameson FM on Twitch. I run a little podcast called Football Manager Therapy. You should probably have a look at that as well. It's very, very good. So please do that. We should also say a collective huge thanks to everyone who's helped out and make tonight's show actually run. So much work's been done behind the scenes. Without these people, it doesn't happen. So a huge shout out to How We Roll, Owen and Ali on the socials. We're going to have a shout for Alistair for not putting La Liga in the first draft, which was a bit of an issue, but we redrafted. So obviously for a couple of issues, we can have some fun. Shout out for Mozza, Alice, Katie and Keg for graphics. Malteser Falcon, Andrew and Gouda in the production truck, and our director Jebaru. A huge thanks to everyone who has done that. Thank you so much for being part of it. Hope you've enjoyed it. Please do keep your diaries ready for the FM playoffs. It will be in a couple of weeks. It's going to be fun. And we're going to bid you all a good night. It's a bit late. We're not going to raid. Go and check out someone over on the Football Manager channel. There's plenty of fantastic streamers. Go and show them some love. But take care. Thank you so much for everything. We'll see you all very soon. All the best. See you in a couple of weeks. Bye.